our nation's capital as we get set for the fifth and deciding game in the National League Division Series. They're tied at 2. The Washington Nationals get set to host the Los Angeles Dodgers on FS1. And a good evening, everybody. I'm Kenny Albert, along with Harold Reynolds, Tom Verducci, J.P. Morosi with us as well. The Chicago Cubs await the winner of tonight's game, Game 1 of the National League Championship Series at Wrigley Field on Saturday night. Tom, the Nationals and their manager, Dusty Baker, will send Max Scherzer to the mound tonight. He's a 4-time All-Star. He's pitched 2 no-hitters, Cy Young Award winner, but he said that tonight is the biggest start of his life.
Well, listen, any win-or-go-home game, there's tremendous pressure, but for the Nationals, they also need to bust through a brick wall of history in their way. No Washington team has won a postseason series since 1924. Dusty Baker has lost his last 8 games trying to close out a series, and Max Scherzer has been handed the ball 3 times to finish off win-or-go-home games, went home each time. But make no mistake, the Nationals love giving the ball to Max Scherzer. Some of the best pure stuff in the game, especially fastball command. When he's on, it's a swing and miss and weak contact pitch. When that fastball leaks over the plate, he gives up home runs. Max Scherzer will get his 4th crack in a win-or-go-home game. It's all about fastball command. He's given up 33 home runs this year, 20 by the fastball. Job number 1, keep the ball in the ballpark.
Max Scherzer allowed 2 home runs over the first 3 innings in Game 1. Harold on the other side. Dodgers send 36-year-old Rich Hill to the mound tonight, his 3rd career postseason start. Hill coming back on short rest following his start in Game 2 here on Sunday.
Well, if you like to see somebody who's crafty and pitch, we're enamored with the fastball and the power like Max Scherzer. Rich Hill pitches, and mainly off his curveball. I love how he sets hitters up and is able to fool them and get them thinking about the hook. He throws a variety of them. He'll throw 4 or 5 different angles. He'll throw 4 or 5 different speeds on the curveball, and then he'll sneak a fastball by you when you start thinking about the hook. How about second inning the last time he pitched against these guys? Look at the different variations you will see on that breaking ball. So it's one thing, you can sit curveball, you just have to know which one is coming, be able to pick it out and hit it. That will be the challenge tonight for the Nationals.
So it's Scherzer and Hill in Game 5, and Dodgers manager Dave Roberts told us earlier tonight he expects to use 20-year-old Julio Urias at some point, the only player on either side who has not appeared in this National League Division Series. It's Game 5 in Washington. The winner moves on. The loser stays home. It's the Dodgers and the Nationals coming up next on FS1. series in Washington on a beautiful 64-degree evening. It is the first night game of this series.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to have a night where you're not going to worry about shadows and everything else, and this is what we do during the summer.
Max Scherzer getting set to face the leadoff man, Chase Utley, then Corey Seager. Justin Turner bats third. ADRIAN Gonzalez in the cleanup spot, followed by Josh Reddick, Jock Peterson, Yasmani Grandal, Andrew Tolles, and the pitcher, Rich Hill. The batting order for the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight. In Game 5, they faced Max Scherzer in the series opener. Scherzer went 6 innings. As we mentioned, allowed 2 home runs over the first 3 innings, threw 91 pitches, and took the loss.
Both home runs, Kenny, on first pitches. Be aware of that. I'm sure Max Scherzer is much more careful early in the count.
Dodgers took a 4-0 lead in Game 1 against Scherzer as Chase Utley steps in. Drove in the game-winning run in the 8th inning in Game 4 to extend the series for the Dodgers. Here's Los Angeles starter Rich Hill as Scherzer delivers the 0-1, missing high and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Utley 3 for 13 in the series.
And one big one, the reason we're playing here tonight, his base hit in Los Angeles to send us to Game 5.
Here's Clayton Kershaw, who has started 2 games in this series for the Dodgers. On short rest in Game 4. Two and 2. For coverage of tonight's game in Spanish, please tune to Fox Deportes. Chase Utley leads off for the Dodgers. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Only 3 leadoff men have reached for the Dodgers all series in 35 innings. Trey Turner moving to his right, dives, and makes the catch. Retire Utley, one away.
Very similar to the ball that fell in Los Angeles the other day. Familiar with this ballpark, how the ball travels. But Trey Turner, remember, this guy's a shortstop by trade. He's only played a few games in outfield and center. Watch him sitting in right center, and look at the angle he'll take. He'll go back, and then he'll come in. Tom, because of his great speed, he can outrun balls and make up for maybe not getting the angle a lot of people would like to see.
Yeah, the one in L.A. was not hit on the barrel, got fooled by the swing. This one hard hit.
So with 1 away, Corey Seager, who took Max Scherzer deep on the 6th pitch of Game 1.
Yeah, and you saw the pitch right there. Different approach. Change up, down, first pitch. You have to pitch Corey Seager every pitch as if it's 0-2.
3 hits in the series for Seager, all coming in the first inning, including 2 home runs.
Tom, you're on it. Back-to-back changeups right there. You have to mix the patterns up until you get in the position. They started to pound him in with the fastball a lot the last 3 games, but the balls he's hit out of the ballpark have leaked back over. That's the perfect spot they've been trying to hit. 98 miles an hour in on the hand after 2 changeups. This ball still ran back over, but it's the thought of a ball coming in and then move back is a great idea.
Two and 2 on Seager, 1 out, top of the first inning in Washington. Justin Turner on deck. The 2-2 from Scherzer. Ball 3, says the third base umpire Chris Guccione. Full count.
And this will be the telltale pitch right here. 3-2, you're going to go with a slider, or you're going to throw a changeup, or you're going to challenge him with the heater. So tell us a lot for how the game is going to be set up the rest of the way.
Jose Lobaton behind the plate for the Nationals tonight. Bounce to the right side. Daniel Murphy has it. 2 away. So Seager took Scherzer deep in the first inning in game one. Grounds out to the second baseman Murphy for out number 2.
Well, the go-to pitch, you saw it right there, top shelf fastball. That's a swing and miss pitch, but he's also a fly ball pitcher, and that's where the home runs come from. Change of plans with all these lefties in game one. He threw 21 changeups, the most in a year and a half. And the tachometer, how hard does the engine rev with Max Scherzer? He's got it going from inning 1. Just keep it in control. Other elimination games, he had 10 walks in 15 innings.
And as you mentioned earlier, has not won an elimination start. Justin Turner took Scherzer deep in the third inning in game one. And how about Turner's career numbers in the postseason? Only Thurman Munson has a higher batting average over his first 11 career postseason games than Justin Turner.
Very intelligent hitter.
He's so smart, Harold, that the Nationals were amazed that Turner's home run, a first pitch curveball. Max Scherzer had thrown 9 first pitch curveballs to right-handed hitters all year. There's no way you could have known that was coming, but he hit it like he did.
Yeah, it's funny. I talked to him about that because remember he'd been hit by that same curveball the at bat before. So I said, Justin, were you sitting on a curveball right there? And he said, yeah, I was. I was as surprised as everybody, but it kind of gave him an indication how they're going to try to get him out after that first AB. So guys read and then apply later in the game.
5-4-11 in the series, and Turner rips one foul, now 2-2. The crew chief, Jeff Kellogg, behind the plate. Manny Gonzalez at first, Dan Polino at second, Chris Guccione at third, Ron Colpe in left, Tom Hallion in right. Time called by the home plate umpire, Jeff Kellogg. Dodgers have scored in the first inning in each of the first 4 games of this series. The 2-2 from Scherzer, who retires Los Angeles in order on 16 pitches in the top of the first in Washington. 3-year-old Trey Turner will lead off for the Nationals, followed by Bryce Harper, then Jason Worth, Daniel Murphy in the cleanup spot for Dusty Baker, followed by Anthony Rendon, then Ryan Zimmerman, Danny Espinosa, Jose Lobaton, Max Scherzer will bat ninth as Rich Hill delivers. First pitch high and away. Ball one to Trey Turner. Hill starting on short rest, went 4 1/3, 82 pitches in game 2 on Sunday. Trey Turner has been a major factor at the top of the order for the Nationals. We mentioned, guys, the Dodgers have had only 3 leadoff men reach base all series. Turner has reached leading off an inning 4 times, and he's come around to score on all 4 occasions.
And he's made a great adjustment because they ate him up with the off-speed stuff. You saw a 2-0 breaking ball right there. He started attacking the fastball and not missing it, hitting it through the hole on the left side for base hits.
Well, you always have to adjust scouting reports in the course of a series. Trey Turner had 3 hits all year on curveballs. He has 3 hits on curveballs in this series. The more he sees, the better he's improved on the curveball, especially against Rich Hill.
And I think he'll probably see one here with 2-2 count. I doubt if he challenges him. He loves to throw his breaking ball, and this is his out pitch to get him right here if he wants it.
Here's the 2-2 from Hill. Just missed, full count.
Should have got me. Little fastball away. Telling you a little something different. Everybody's mixing up their game a little bit.
This is a 4-seamer that's designed to be up, to mimic the curveball on the way to the plate on the same plane. Down and away. A miss.
Pitch cast powered by MLB Advanced Media. Right back to the box, knocked down by Hill. The toss to Gonzalez to retire Turner.
Uh-oh, we got a ball hit off his wrist, it looked like. As long as it's not that finger. And look at it. This ball's hit. Wasn't hit peppered back at him, but it was hit hard enough to do a little damage. Hit him square. He missed it with the glove, and it hit him square right on the wrist. And there's a 1-hop. Shoots off the dirt, picks up a little bit of speed. That ball's hit harder than I thought it was.
Well, he's going to take some throws here, but remember, this is not a power pitcher. Touch and feel guy with multiple variations of the breaking ball. Feel very important to any pitcher, especially important to Rich Hill.
Well, we mentioned during our open that Dave Roberts said, I expect to use Julio Urias at some point. But Hill will hang in there. Dave Roberts in his first season as Dodgers skipper. Dodgers winning 91 games during the regular season, 4th straight first place finish. So with 1 away, here's Bryce Harper. 3 hits in the series, went 1 for 3 with 2 strikeouts against Hill in game 2.
If you watch Bryce hit, the one little thing he's been doing is jumping out right there. Even on that breaking ball, he's jumping out. Now, if he gets the fastball he's looking for, he can do damage with it. But he's going to have to stay back. There it is, the curveball. It's been giving him fits. It's a different swing than what you saw last year in the MVP season. Watch him start to pull off, and that has been the biggest difference for him.
There's that grip we talked about. See him get that middle finger on the seam and pull down on it. The thumb, just a rudder.
1-2 on Harper.
Curveballs in triplicate. Does he go for one more?
Well, and the beauty of that, Tom, is he's shown 3 different breaks on that curveball.
This is where Rich likes to throw that 4-seamer up in the zone. It's about 100 after seeing those breaking balls. Here it comes.
The 1-2. And Harper is called out on strikes.
What I was talking about in the open. As soon as he gets you thinking, you're going to see another curveball. You're baiting it, and then the next thing you know, he'll sneak one by you. Here's the curveball. To get the second strike, pulls it off. Now Bryce has seen three in a row, right? I'm looking, he's got to throw me another one. Boom, fastball, see you later. That's pitching. That's why I love watching Rich Hill. We get enamored, I said, with the fastball, but Man, he pitches and he mixes guys up. He gets you playing that mind game with him.
How about Jason Worth's numbers? 7 of 15 in the series, 5 hits over the last 2 games.
Much better hitting the fastball than the breaking ball.
37 years of age, the World Series champion back in 2008 with the Phillies. 8th trip to the postseason for Jason Worth. And Harold, I know you were astounded to hear that he's hit as many postseason home runs as Babe Ruth.
Well, I think you look at the numbers and you forget Jason Worth was the forgotten guy in Philly. He had some big years for them and was a big part of that team. But since he's been in Washington for such a long period of time, you forget. You look back at those Phillies teams, you see Utley, Rollins, you got all the guys that come to mind, Ryan Howard, but you don't really throw Jason Worth in that conversation. He was a big part of that.
Now he has played in 16 more postseason games than the Babe, but impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, how many division series games did the Babe play in? Well, that would be 0.
Right, 41 total postseason games for George Herman Ruth, 57 for Jason Worth, tied for 11th all time.
Even if Babe played 100, played 10, and I played 100, I'd still be like, yeah, I tied Babe Ruth, man. What'd you do?
The 2-2 from Hill, and Worth fouls it off to the right side.
Oh, with Rich Hill, I call him a 50-50 pitcher. That's his breakdown fastball curve. In game 2, 40 fastballs, 41 curves. Better have his A game to Zimmerman. He's pitched 12 times to Ryan Zimmerman, retired him only 4 times, and short leash. Why? Well, it's an elimination game, of course, but he's also on short rest. I'd be shocked if he gets a second at-bat in this game.
Hill wins the battle. He struck out the side in the first inning in game 2. He strikes out Harper and Worth in the bottom of the first here tonight. Cast is sponsored by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. and by T-Mobile One. Welcome to Unlimited Baseball. Back in Washington, Kenny Albert, Harold Reynolds, Tom Verducci, J.P. Morosi. Adrian Gonzalez leads off for the Dodgers here in the top of the second inning against Max Scherzer, who retired the Dodgers in order in the first. First time, guys, in Scherzer's last 5 postseason starts in which he retired the side in order in the first inning. So a good start for Scherzer. Gonzalez went deep in the first inning in Game 4. And here in Game 5, he flies out to the warning track in right as we check in downstairs and say hello to J.P. Morosi. J.P.
Thank you, Kenny. Dave Roberts told me one of his favorite moments of this series happened before Game 3, when he had the chance to spend time with Frank Robinson and Dusty Baker on the field at Dodger Stadium. It was 42 years ago last week. Frank Robinson became the first African-American manager in Major League Baseball history. And this postseason series is the first in MLB history between 2 minority managers. Dave Roberts told me he is honored to be part of now the 3rd generation of minority managers in Major League Baseball.
Frank Robinson, of course, the first manager of the Washington Nationals back in 2005. Thanks, JP.
Frank was the first black manager in baseball. Actually, the night he was managing the Indians, he pinch hit himself and hit a home run his first game.
Oh, and I think of Dave Roberts. Believe it or not, I think of Bobby Bragan, who was a backup catcher on the 47 Dodgers. First signed a petition refusing to play with Jackie. He eventually came around. 12 years later, as a minor league manager, he mentored Maury Wills, taught him how to bunt and to switch hit. And a few years later, well, many years later, Maury Wills was the mentor to a young kid named Dave Roberts. Today, Dave Roberts wears number 30, the same number of Maury Wills.
Two and two. 1 out, top of the second inning.
We always talk about all the different degrees of separation, right? First base coach for the Nationals is Davey Lopes, who really was the biggest base stealing guy I was growing up that came in off of Maury Wills.
Full count. And Ryan Zimmerman, the Nationals' first baseman, his first big league manager back in 2005, Frank Robinson.
We could do this all night. Those guys have impacted the game of baseball for so long, in such a long period of time.
Payoff pitch to Reddick. First strikeout for Max Scherzer. He's retired the first 5 Dodgers.
This is the wipeout changeup we saw in his first start. It's back. It's the pitch he absolutely needs because of all the left-handed hitters in the lineup. This is going to be on the inside part of the plate, but it's got such good arm action and good bite on it. Reddick swings over it. You know, it's interesting. Scherzer's best pitch really isn't in play here. The slider, because of all the left-handed hitters. He only threw 1 slider in Game 1, relying so much on that changeup.
With 2 away, here's Jock Peterson. 0 for 5 lifetime against Scherzer.
Well, it was interesting being around the batting cage today and talking with different hitters from both teams. But in particular, I was talking with Adrian Gonzalez and his group that he was hitting in. And I asked each guy, what's Max do to you? And each person had a different report. And that's what is so cool about a starting pitcher, knowing how he's going to be able to dissect each hitter. And as I'm watching Max navigate through, he's doing a nice job adjusting to what each hitter told me they thought they might see, and he's pitching them a little bit different.
2-0 to Peterson, 2-1.
That pitch is devastating. When you throw 97 miles an hour, 95, 97, and you're able to throw a changeup, a hitter reads that arm speed, and that is looking like a fastball. You have to honor that 95, 97, and then he pulls the string on you. Now he wants to come back, I'm sure, and try to jam him. But the timing's off, so now you may step off and get ready to change something else. It's going to go with the fastball away.
2-2.
It's just a great combination. I think it's the most difficult combination to hit, the fastball and changeup, because it varies so much in velocity that it's tough for a hitter to read.
know, early on, what I'm seeing from Max is hitting all quadrants of the zone, nothing in the middle of the plate, especially first pitches. You know, talking to one of the Nationals players today before the game, told me those 2 mistakes he made on the home runs, first pitches in Game 1, there's no way he's making that mistake tonight again.
The 2-2 from Scherzer. On the ground to the right side. Second consecutive 1-2-3 inning for Max Scherzer. The sizzling Daniel Murphy leads off for the Nationals when we return. Murphy steps in to face Rich Hill here in the bottom of the second inning. Murphy drove in 4 runs in Game 4. Check out his career postseason numbers against the Dodgers with the Mets last year and the Nationals this year. 2 for 2 against Rich Hill in Game 2 of this series. First pitch, base hit left field. Daniel Murphy has now reached base in his first 19 career postseason games. Only one player, guys, in the history of baseball with a longer streak. It's Boog Powell.
And I like what Josh Reddick of the Dodgers said about Murph after the first game when the lighting conditions made it very difficult. He said, aside from Daniel Murphy, who's not human, everyone was struggling. But this guy has been money in postseason baseball.
Signed with the Nationals in January after his tremendous postseason, second in the majors in batting average. And in this series, he is now 7 for 14, and he's driven in 6 runs.
And I got a theory about that. I mean, he's a good hitter anyway, but in terms of really putting up big numbers in the postseason, Daniel Murphy, when it comes to hitting, is a Rhodes Scholar. Studies, studies, studies. And in the postseason, you get these more days off. This is the 5th game in 11 days. With all these days off, you're giving a Rhodes Scholar more time to get ready for the test. And he's acing the test.
And remember, Murphy, due to an injury, did not start a game over the final 3 weeks of the regular season.
He was studying.
Right. Gave him more time to study.
I don't know what he's doing. If he's studying or working or whatever, the man just flat breaks. And that was always the thing when he was in New York with the Mets coming through the system. He could always hit, but it was a matter of finding a position for him. Was he going to play third? You know, was he a utility guy? Is he going to play some first? He's actually got himself where he's serviceable at second base, and the bat carries you to another level.
A 1-1 to Anthony Rendon as Hill steps off and throws to first. And remember, Murphy also involved in a huge play in Game 5 of the division series against the Mets last year. Dodgers and Mets in the 4th inning with the Dodgers ahead. Against the shift, he went from first to third on a walk in Game 5 of last year's National League Division Series.
Yeah, and we watched him get thrown out earlier, so he did attempt to steal a base and one that he tried on his own. So I was going to say, I don't know if he's the same guy running, but we may see something like that. Now, they're not in a prominent shift right now with Rendon up, but I think Murphy's moving better than most people thought he would, and that's why you saw Rich Hill throw to first, and he's going to continue to be, I think, aggressive maybe on a base hit or something like that in the alleys.
Yeah, I love Murph's accountability when he got thrown out stealing there. After the game, he said, listen, there's only 2 options there. I'm either safe or I don't run. Getting thrown out, not an option. He stood up, took accountability. I like the way he looks into the catcher every pitch, maybe see if the catcher gives away outside target, perhaps curveball. Again, I don't think he's going anywhere, but head's always in the game.
A 1-2 to Rendon. Bill missing high. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You know, it's interesting watching the Dodgers defense, and particularly with SEAGER at short. As they get deeper in the count, he moves further to the hole. Look how far he's got to go. As much as he's anticipating Rendon to pull a ball, if the ball's hit to the right side, look how far he has to go to turn a double play. So they're all in on him pulling a pitch.
Rendon called out on strikes. 3rd strikeout for Rich Hill.
And that's the tricky thing if you're a hitter and you're used to looking around to see where the defense might play you. He's in pull, but they pitch him away and just paint a ball on the outside half. If you got a little bit off the plate a little bit to be able to get that pitch, I mean, that's about as dotted as you can dot a ball.
And here's the matchup now. I've circled as the danger matchup for Rich Hill. Ryan Zimmerman sees the ball very well against him.
6 career hits, most among active players against Hill. Murphy the runner on first, 1 out. Murphy goes, and he is in.
Delayed steal with a left-hander that you can't read. Sometimes you do a delayed steal. What I mean by that is you take 3 hops off, and by the time that ball's crossing the plate, you take off. And Murphy actually got a great pitch to one. Watch Murphy. All right, go back, it's off and running. All right, as soon as he reads that ball, he's off and going.
We just mentioned his aggressiveness on the base paths against the Dodgers in Game 5 last year. He steals a base in the 2nd inning. Or did he?
Watch Chase Utley.
That was tight.
A new way to tag. Keep the tag on. The Dodgers decide they'll let it stand.
That angle there made it look good. The first one we saw, you were kind of maybe questioning it, but he's on it the whole way.
So Murphy now in scoring position.
I'll tell you what, Tom, he just changed the game with your matchup right here. You know how big that was for him to get the second, and Zimmerman sitting in a hitter's count still. It's a big play.
Huge play, and Jock Peterson slides over a little bit, shaded now to right center. Ryan Zimmerman, tremendous power the other way, stays back on the curveball.
A lot of times a pitcher will do that instead of stepping off and making the hitter think you don't have the pitch you want, and you're going to think about maybe going to another pitch. You just spin around and act like you're holding the runner. Now they change the sequence on him once again.
Bill to the plate. Ball 2. Manny Espinosa waiting on deck. 1 out, bottom of the 2nd inning. The winner moves on to face the Chicago Cubs. The 2-0 from Hill.
Boy, you can tell a lot when a hitter's got a pitcher by the way he takes pitches. And with Ryan Zimmerman, there's no jumpiness on these curveballs at all. Pitch designed to get a hitter out front off balance. And he has taken 2 curveballs on balance.
And I think Rich Hill's sitting there nibbling a little bit now, knowing he has an open base at first base against the one guy who's owned him. And take your chances as you move through the rest of the lineup.
The 3-0. Now 3-1.
That's why Zimmerman needs a green light right there. I don't think he gets another good pitch to hit with that open base at first. He had a 3-0 fastball right there, and I think now he tries to. If you swing at one, it's going to be off the plate. It's not going to be what you want.
The 3-1 from Hill, missing away. Ball 4. 1st and 2nd with 1 out for the Nationals.
This is where sometimes we look back at stats and we go, well, he walked guys. There's a purpose sometimes to pitching and navigating through a lineup. And that was, to me, a situation where he just said, I'm not going to give this guy anything to hit to beat me.
I said Rich Hill had a short leash. That guy right there, Julio Urias, the key to this game for me. Dave Roberts told us he will pitch. He's 20 years old. He has not pitched in 14 days. That's a big ask, not in terms of stuff, but in terms of command and sharpness. He does have swing and miss stuff that matches up well against Washington. The question will be, how sharp can he be with so much rest? But you will not see him in the middle of an inning. He's essentially a starting pitcher. He will start an inning, not come into an inning in the middle.
So following the visit from Rick Honeycutt, Hill gets set to face Danny Espinosa. There's Urias in the Dodgers pen. 1st and 2nd, 1 out.
A lot of things that go on in that conversation. How are you going to attack not only Espinosa, but the next hitter as well?
Espinosa only 1 hit in the series. Fouls off the first pitch. He was hit by 2 Hill pitches in game 2. Rich Hill, who was in spring training with the Nationals last season, pitched in 25 games for their AAA affiliate in Syracuse, says he learned a lot during that spring from Max Scherzer. He mentioned intensity and passion. And tonight he's matched up against Scherzer for the first time. The 0-1 to Espinosa. Base hit right field. Murphy around third, heading home. Throw to the plate is off the mark. Nationals lead 1-0.
Tell you what a gamble. Nice job of hitting by Espinosa. But you want to know how important it was to get that 1 run? Watch Murphy. This is going to be one you can read off the bat. And he's off and flying. You're not going to stop him. The throw's just up the line. Tiptoe around him. But I thought that was a big gamble. You're sitting bases loaded. You got a Lemtone coming up who homered the other day. But you take the gamble when you have the opportunity. And they did, and it paid off.
I like Murphy's footwork. Looks like he's playing Dance Dance Fever right here.
Yeah.
Put him up, put him down.
Tell you what gets lost in that play, guys, is Zimmerman going to third base. Now they're sitting 1st and 3rd. That's a big play by Ryan Zimmerman to get to 3rd.
Strike 1 to Lobaton. There's Zimmerman. Lobaton took Hill deep in game 2, a 3-run shot.
Watch the route Zimmerman takes. Now he's got to make sure it falls, and now he's going to have to pick it up and see if Murphy goes home. Once he sees him go, they're giving you the backside. So everybody wants to sit in the first and third situation instead of first and second.
So Danny Espinosa comes up with only his second base hit of this series.
And this is why you see Josh Fields getting up. They'd love to have that happen later, but your point about this young man, he's going to come in clean on an inning. Great point, great observation.
Well, as we all know, the 8th spot in the batting order is so big. I know Max handles the ball well, the bat well, but got to get Lobaton here with the pitcher on deck.
And the double bonus is if you can get him to, while they're paying so much attention to Espinosa, you want to keep that double play in order.
The 0-2 from Hill, and he fouls it off to the right side. We take you back to game 2 here in Washington. 3-run home run off the bat of Jose Lobaton.
That was a hanger. Only the second home run on a curveball off Rich Hill all year.
Nationals without their injured catcher Wilson Ramos. Lobaton starting for the 3rd time in the series. And he strikes out. Now 2 away.
Talked about the different speeds of Rich Hill's curveball and the different way he throws it and what you might see. But when he slide steps like this, the ball, the first thing as a hitter is you kind of jump, and then he throws a big curveball. Now you find yourself out in front. You see Lobaton jump out, because when a guy slide steps, you think, I'm reacting to his body and the movement coming at you, and then he drops a little curveball on you, gets you out front, and you swing over it.
So now Scherzer, who drove in 4 runs in his final start during the regular season. You guys remember his terrific 8-pitch at bat against Clayton Kershaw in game 1. He wound up popping out to the shortstop, but hung in there for 8 pitches.
Oh, you'll see him grind here. Look, he's asking where it was. Was it up? Yeah, it was up, Max.
Up there hacking on a curveball, too. I thought it was interesting, Dusty telling the story about when Max first came over here. He's like, they need to have a DH like the American League. And then he's continued to watch him work, and he actually likes the National League game better.
Enjoy swinging the bat. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runners on the corners, 2 outs, 1 run in for the Washington Nationals here in the 2nd inning.
There's something happened with Hill there on the follow-through, the lower half. Watch the right leg, but maybe that ankle turn. Yep. A landing foot on a delivery.
He's having a rough night, man. Ball off his wrist, ankle getting twisted. Nice. Now Zimmerman ran a little bit better. 2 strikes on the pitcher here. You might see a little first and third, maybe try to steal a bag, let Espinosa go. You get a throw through and the back runner comes in. But Zimmerman doesn't run well enough to pull off a play like that. So they're probably just going to sit still, although Gonzalez is playing behind him, maybe even baiting him to run.
Now 2-2. No, it's a called strike 3.
That was a wide plate on that one.
So Scherzer strikes out. Espinosa drives in the first run of the game. Yasmani Grandal leads off for the Dodgers against Max Scherzer here in the top of the third inning. Nationals with a 1-0 lead in Game 5 of the National League Division Series. Grandal just 2 for 15 in the series, led all Major League catchers during the regular season with 27 home runs.
And it's funny, talking to Grandal, he said he doesn't come inside on me. He likes to keep it away.
2-0 from Scherzer. Missing away, ball 3.
How unusual was that hit by Danny Espinosa? That matches his season total opposite field hits from the right side. Dead pull hitter goes the other way with the curveball.
Driving in the game's first run. Now the 3-0 to Grandal, who walks on 4 pitches. Dodgers have their first base runner and only their 4th leadoff man on base in this series.
Well, I think this is what's so great and so unique about the National League game. Scherzer makes the last out of the inning as a hitter. Took a little bit of time to get back out there to get a little bit of a blow, but mentally you don't get to lock in and just be ready to go. You have to change that switch when you get out there to pitch.
And you saw Rich Hill in the Dodgers dugout. He comes out into the on-deck circle with Andrew Toles at the plate. Five straight balls thrown by Scherzer here in the third inning.
Yeah, but you could hear that. You hear that whistle coming through the zone. That fastball was popping right there. It almost seems like you could hear the rotation, great microphones we got there, of the fastball. The seams just crackling through the air.
Toles heard it. He has 1 hit in the series. That was off Scherzer back in Game 1. The 1-0. On the ground to the right side. Zimmerman to second. Back across, double play.
What a great pitch. After 5 straight balls, he came back with a changeup, knowing Toles is going to be aggressive, looking for a fastball. And that's the other thing that can happen. You can put that changeup on the ground. And Ryan Zimmerman is, remember how much he struggled throwing a couple of summers ago. He's figured out, if I flip a ball from down underneath, remember he did that from third base. You do it from first, it looks a little better and it actually works a little bit better.
So 2 away with Hill at the plate. Swings at the first pitch. Murphy to Zimmerman. So the Dodgers, despite a leadoff walk, retired on 6 pitches in the third inning. Moment with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. It's the only place to get it all. Live radio feeds, video highlights, pitch tracking, StatCast, and much more. Download At Bat today. Top of the order, Trey Turner leads off for the Washington Nationals. Here in the bottom of the third inning against Rich Hill, who allowed a run in the second. 38 pitches through 2 innings for Hill at his 3rd career postseason start.
You know, it's interesting, as much as Hill throws the ball away from right-handers, you don't see that changeup that fades away. I think that would be the one thing he would add to his arsenal.
Bryce Harper waiting on deck. Nationals with a 1-0 lead. A 1-1 from Hill to Turner, and he bounces it foul back behind third.
Tom, you know what we haven't seen is that slow curve that we saw the other day. I don't know if he feels confident in that right now or feels that touch for it.
Yeah, that rainbow curve, he breaks that out maybe once a game. It's a variation on that one in the mid-70s, is bread and butter. But Turner's doing a nice job adjusting to it.
2-2. Rich Hill pitching for his 8th major league team. Who was his first manager in the big leagues? Dusty Baker with the Cubs.
He's been around. Both of them.
Dusty's last postseason series win came with the Cubs back in 03. Turner with a broken bat, base hit into left field. So the leadoff man is on for the Nationals in the 3rd.
Well, Tom, you mentioned he's doing a nice job with it.
It's like hitters, they go to the cage and just see curveball after curveball after curveball, and it's been steady diet of curveballs throughout this series, but especially against Rich Hill. That's a hanger up there. He did what he's supposed to do, but I've liked his balance on the curveball getting better with each game this series.
As we mentioned earlier, Trey Turner coming into this game 4 leadoff singles in the series. He has scored all 4 times. Leads off the 3rd with a base hit.
Changes everything when he gets on the base.
Harper called out on strikes his first time up. Turner back in.
Check out the first at bat for Bryce Harper. The red gloves, the black bat, kind of gray handle there. Well, you know what happened first at bat, he struck out. So get me wardrobe. This is a guy who changes the bat and gloves almost every at bat, as long as he doesn't get a hit, but it's always the same model, just different color finish.
Time called by the home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg.
It's a nice job by Bryce. You saw him call it, didn't put his hand up, kept his hands on the bat and said time, time, time. You see a lot of guys put the hand out and all of a sudden the pitch is on them. That's the way you call time.
And you saw Rich Hill throw a fastball and was a little upset. He tipped the pitch that he wanted to throw. Right back with one. Look, the game changes with Trey Turner on base. We noticed this in the game Rich Hill started before. With Turner's on first, they lean towards throwing a lot more fastballs instead of that slow breaking ball. And that's what Bryce has been seeing a lot when Turner's on first.
Keep this in mind too. I talked about Turner adjusting on the curveball. He has seen a lot of Rich Hill's pickoff move from game 2 and now here in game 5. And he looks more comfortable over there taking a lead against Rich Hill because of that.
Yeah, we were talking before the game. He still hadn't quite figured it out. He can take a lot of looks. He gives you a lot of different looks.
There goes Turner. And he is in with the Nationals' 2nd stolen base in 3 innings tonight.
Yeah, and to me, that was a mistake on Rich Hill. Remember on the other day, he gave him that high hang move and went home, and Turner didn't run. Right here, he gives him the high hang, and this is what you call doing your homework. He's not going to throw over once he gets there, and once he made up his mind to go, he's going to outrun the baseball. He waits a long time before he goes to make sure he's going home. So when you know a pitcher doesn't throw real hard and the pressure is going to be on the catcher to make a perfect throw, you can wait a little bit longer than most other times.
Trey Turner, to me, is one of the rare base runners who's so fast, the pitch doesn't matter. Breaking ball, fastball, I don't care if you throw 100. Game-changing speed.
32 steals following the All-Star break. For Trey Turner, National League Rookie of the Month in both August and September. He takes his lead off second. A 1-1 to Bryce Harper, and he sends this one to right center. Peterson makes the catch. There goes Turner. And Turner is in at third.
It's a great baseball play. We got to see Jock Peterson throw. And from this vantage point, Tom, we watched Turner outrun the ball. But I like Harper's at bat. I don't necessarily like throwing him a curveball right there because you got a left-hander who's trying to get a man over. He throws in a breaking ball. He pulls it. And now here's a great look at these guys going at it on the tag fly ball.
Yeah, Bryce Harper, when he did his job, hit the ball deep enough to move him over. That was a very good swing. One of the better swings we've seen here. He was on that one.
StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. So Turner now at third.
Here's what you like about StatCast. He's off and flying 21 miles an hour on his explosion. It took him 4 seconds to still time on that. Now, to put it in context, Usain Bolt's about 27 miles an hour. He can run, but not quite Usain Bolt.
Jason Worth struck out his first time up tonight. The former Dodger, 7 of 16 in the series.
Well, you got the infield drawn in right now. And the question is Turner going to go on contact or will they wait? As you see Blanton getting loose out there. But the infield in, you're just trying to go on contact here. For me, it's
I don't
tough.
know. I got Daniel Murphy on deck. I'm not getting thrown out with Murph on deck. I got to give him a chance to hit. Now, it'll be a read for Turner. Slow hit ball, I think he reads and breaks.
Totally agree. I totally agree with you. Yeah, I never liked contact go just because. Situation will tell you a lot of things, but also, and that situation being Murphy's up next. He's swinging the bat great. But also how that ball is hit will tell you a lot. If an infielder has to move to his left or right, Turner can score on anything.
The 1-1. Now 1-2.
Yeah, Grandal's going to talk to Rich Hill about this. Clearly nobody on second. It's not about signs. It's about what they want to throw here. The go-to pitch against Jason Worth is the curveball. But we've seen Rich Hill, and he did it to Jason in Game 2, sneak the fastball at the top of the zone by him. Jason Worth, a great fastball hitter. This is a tough choice for Rich Hill.
And the interesting thing here, too, Tom, is with Turner on third, you don't want to bounce a breaking ball. It's another way to score. And that's the other thing that speed will do in the game. It will change what this pitcher has to throw and how he might throw it.
The 1-2 from Hill, and Worth fouls it off to the right side.
And to me, that's the conversation if you're the third base coach or even with Hill and Grandal. Make sure you don't bounce it. If he has to block it and it ricochets off, that's what I'm looking for as a third base, as a runner at third. I'm reading the arc on the ball. If it's in the dirt at all and kicks away from that catcher, I'm scoring.
Infield in. Turner takes his lead off third. The 1-2, and Worth strikes out for the second time tonight. Now 2 away.
Got him the same way. You get Jason Worth thinking they've been attacking me all series with curveballs. And they stuck the heater by him. I don't know. I don't know what you do with the next guy, Daniel Murphy, but it certainly has worked a couple of times on Jason Worth. Reversing his normal pitch pattern. The out pitch is the fastball set up by the curveball.
You know, he threw a fastball. That was 91. He threw one at 92, and I kind of shook my head like.
But you know what? I would walk Murphy here and have Blanton pitch to Rendon. I can't take any chances. There you go. Can't take any chances because everything they've thrown at Daniel Murphy, he's been on. And Rendon, weakness, slider. Blanton's best pitch, slider.
So Dave Roberts makes the decision to intentionally walk Daniel Murphy, setting up runners on the corners with 2 outs for Rendon.
Giving Blanton a couple more pitches. Make sure he's good and go. There goes the count. I'm ready. And here comes Dave Roberts.
When this game began, this was a matchup Dave Roberts wanted to get to, but probably not this early.
So that will be all for Rich Hill as Dave Roberts calls for the veteran right-hander Joe Blanton. Season continues tomorrow. Game 1 of the American League Championship Series. The Blue Jays and the Indians on TBS. Saturday, Game 2 of the ALCS, and then it's Game 1 between the Cubs and the winner of this game on FS1 National League Championship Series. Time for the AT&T call to the bullpen as Rendon steps to the plate. Dodgers make the AT&T call to the 35-year-old right-hander Joe Blanton. Won a World Series with the Phillies back in 2008. It's his 4th appearance of this series. Earned the win in Game 4. In fact, after the Nationals scored 3 runs in the 7th to tie the game, in Game 4, Blanton struck out Anthony Rendon to end the inning.
And he loved to go first pitch curveball and then diet of sliders. There's the curve.
The line on Rich Hill went 2 2/3, responsible for the Washington base runners.
Now, as this at bat goes, don't forget you got Turner at third base and Murphy, who already ran earlier, at first. So if Rendon falls down in a count where it's not favorable, maybe 1-2 after this pitch or something like that, you may see a double steal.
The 1-1 from Blanton. Now 2 balls, 1 strike.
That's the area right there. Joe Blanton has to hit the slider down and away, but not too far away, because Rendon, very disciplined hitter, does not chase the slider.
0 for 3 lifetime against Blanton. The 2-1. Now 2-2.
That's the spot. Perfectly executed. Textbook slider. Joe Blanton could throw this blindfolded. You see the tremendous spin on that baseball. Dodgers very big on spin analytics. Not only choosing pitches, but their repertoire, how to use their pitches.
Runner goes, throw down the second will not be made by Grandal, so
that's what I was talking
Murphy
about.
takes second base.
They tried to bait him into a throw at second. They wanted him to throw down because Turner's coming. But Turner did a nice job of having discipline, watching the catcher and not taking off.
And that pitch you saw, Rendon took it barely out of the strike zone. The danger for Blanton now is to feel like he has to throw it in the zone, in the middle of the plate.
Payoff pitch from Blanton. Center field, Peterson. And that will do it for the Nationals in the 3rd. After Hill exited for Blanton, Washington strands 2. They lead by 1. The cast is sponsored by Pepsi. Whether it's a diving catch in the outfield, a grand slam, or a no-hitter, remember to break out the Pepsi. 4th inning in our nation's capital, as Chase Utley takes ball 1 from Max Scherzer, who has allowed only 1 base runner over the first 3 innings.
You see, again, very careful with first pitches. almost every batter, not just Corey Seager, as if it's 0-2.
Huntley fly to center his first time up. Diving catch made by Trey Turner as Scherzer falls behind 2-0.
And Max's philosophy is not built on just first pitch strikes. It's about where the count is after 3 pitches. And hopefully, in his book, he wants the batter out of there after 3 pitches.
Fastball in for strike 1.
So what did he say about that after 3 pitches?
Well, first pitch strikes overrated. You can throw a first pitch strike, throw 2 more balls, you're behind the hitter.
Rip foul, 2-2.
Max's philosophy going back to college at Missouri was I want to attack. I want to be done with the batter, get him out of there after 3 pitches. Even if I have ball 1, my command is good enough to get back in the count. And his command is good tonight. Still haven't seen a ball in the middle of the plate.
And this is that changeup he's been executing right here with 2 strikes, particularly in a 2-2 count. Left that one up a little bit.
Yeah, that was a rare slider. He put that in his pocket in game number 1 for only 1 the whole game, matching the season low.
Hartley leading off for the Dodgers here in the top of the 4th inning. The 2-2 from Scherzer. Another foul.
Good movement on that pitch. The way Chase swung at that ball, it almost looked like it was a changeup, but it's a fastball away. Watch how he just fights this off. This is a guy thinking, I'm not going to let the umpire call me out. I can fight it off for another pitch. That's a veteran hitter right there.
Pitch number 7 of the at-bat, and Scherzer wins the battle.
Oh, there's that change. You know, he threw the slider you talked about, Tom, and then he went away with the fastball. Then he's still sitting in that 2-2 count. So you saw 3 different pitches on 2-2. This is the nasty changeup. The combination of that fastball changeup and the pitch before was really difficult.
Yeah, he's got a very unusual grip on that changeup. It looks like a circle change, but look at the middle finger on the top of the baseball, right up there. What he does is he uses the thumb as a guide coming out of the hand, where the thumb will actually pronate to get some not only drop but run on the changeup. A lot of pitchers throw the changeup off the pinky and ring finger. More of his middle finger on top of the baseball that guides it.
Corey Seager without a hit after the 1st inning throughout the course of this series.
Well, they really went to work on him late in game, obviously making sure he doesn't hurt you and giving him much to hit. But 0 for 14 is not Corey Seager-like, but they pitched him tough.
He went deep in the 1st inning in each of the first 2 games. Off Scherzer in game 1, the 1-1.
Well, that's the pitch he wants right there. Yeah, but that's a good call by Jeff Kellogg. Watch the glove here of Lobaton. Try to pull it back in. Nah, you're not getting away with that. Call the plate, not the mitt.
The 2-1 to Seager. 2-2.
He got the outside pitch, but I don't know about that inside right there.
I think he got black there. Living on the edge, Max Scherzer.
He's at 2-2. We'll see if he throws another changeup. You know, most guys that throw as hard as Max does, you're seeing with 2 strikes there, usually challenge with your fastball. But he likes to go off speed. He's coming off speed again, 3-2.
Payoff pitch to Seager. Called strike 3.
Well, you don't see Corey Seager argue very much, and his complaint on that at bat was probably you gave him 2 pitches. You gave him 1 in, you can't give him 1 away. And that's the complaint just from the hitter. I'm just telling you what he's thinking in his mind.
And the other thing that makes it so effective, he throws from the exact same release point. He's got a very low release point, 5.5 feet off the ground, but identical release points, fastball, changeup. Curveball a little higher. The fastball change combo, tough to decipher.
Third strikeout for Scherzer. Led the National League during the regular season. Strike one to Justin Turner. Scherzer also led the league with 20 wins. He had only 12 on August the 19th, finished with 20. The 0-1.
Now you can see he can get on a run like he's in right now. He all of a sudden just got into a tremendous groove. And you're seeing a lot of complaining from the Dodger hitters, and they're not getting the close call their way. I get it, I understand it. But Max is on right now, too.
The 0-2 to Turner in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dodgers have hit only 2 balls out of the infield to this point. 2 outs, top of the 4th inning. The 1-2.
Tell you what, it's a tough place to be when you got an ace pitcher on his game and you feel like the umpire's not giving you much to work with. That's a tough place to be.
You got to cover, what, 20-mile-per-hour difference between the curveball and the fastball. Got to cover in, got to cover out.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 4th inning in Washington.
The Dodgers watching. You try to watch. You try to see anything that might tip you, give you any chance when you're battling the way they're battling that might tip any pitch off to get an advantage.
Two from Scherzer.
Tell you that one tight grip that we have, the shot that we have with him in his glove. You see that little crease? You'd be looking there thinking, okay, can I see that? But it's off to the side. It's not what the hitter's able to see. You're trying to pick up anything. Is he
That's
tipping
just
anything?
enough to drive you crazy, though. You think you can see there, maybe see grip. But you can't.
Watch this. See that little hole right there? You're trying to see, okay, how's he gripping that? Can't see it.
8th pitch of the at-bat. Number 9 coming up.
Well, this is an at-bat the Dodgers needed to run that pitch count up a little bit, too. Tom, you talked about his philosophy. He's not striking out a lot of guys tonight, but he's getting the outs. And he's getting them early in counts at times.
Pitch number 9 to Justin Turner. Here comes 10.
Well, he's rolled the ball up there right now. He's locked in. He's seeing the slider, the changeup, the fastball. Now, we saw Max break a curveball out earlier in this game. He hasn't seen that to Turner yet.
Yeah, Max doesn't throw a lot of changeups right on right. The slider has been the go-to pitch on righties. Turner's spoiling them.
6 foul balls during this at-bat. Number 7.
Steady diet of sliders. Not exactly where Max wants them.
I want to see what they go through here as we get a chance to look at the signs the catcher's giving him. They've tried basically everything except for that curveball or a changeup in on the righty. So let's see what they're thinking between the two of them. I should say actually what Max is thinking. Gonna go with the slider.
Pitch number 11 to Justin Turner.
That's a great at bat by Justin Turner. Max typically gets chases on that slider. Saw how had the big break to it. Who wins the battle?
This is one of those times when you say, forget it, I'll put him on.
Payoff pitch from Scherzer. That is the 8th foul ball of this at bat.
He's thrown about 4 sliders in a row, at least. Who gives in?
Neither one's going to give in. It's a question of, do you get a pitch and have something to handle it with?
Pitch number 13. Ball 4.
That's a man that's locked in. And sometimes when you're going through a game, you almost look at it and say, whoo, good thing he didn't hit it. When you're playing on defense and you see a hitter taking swings like that continually on your pitcher, you almost say, I'm glad he walked him. It's a great at-bat by JT right there. Tremendous.
Second walk issued by Scherzer. Dodgers have their second base runner of the night. Half of those 26 pitches during the Turner at bat.
And that's what I was going to say. Look at that number that he drove the pitches up in this inning.
Here's Gonzalez flat out to the warning track and right. His first time up, 0-1.
Yeah, and I do think Justin got Max to give in because he couldn't get the slider by him, and he went to the fastball and missed. And now as soon as the lefty gets in the box, right back to the changeup.
Gonzalez just 1 for his last 12 against Max Scherzer as Turner takes his lead off first with 2 outs. The 0-1, 0-2.
Well, I was talking, remember I said that earlier to Adrian at the batter's cage, and you know, the biggest thing was he saw him before. He said he threw me a lot more curveballs and off-speed pitches last game than I'd seen the whole time in his career. I'd been facing Scherzer. He went all the way back to Arizona and talked about it. So he's seen it again.
To Gonzalez. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, it may not show up right now, but that Justin Turner at bat, Max Scherzer's now at 66 pitches, and he was cruising through this game. That at bat really almost took away an inning. You look at how many pitches he saw.
36 pitches, Harold, over the first 3 innings. 30 here in the 4th. The 1-2, and Gonzalez is down on strikes. 4th strikeout for Scherzer following the 13 pitch at bat to Turner. Middle of the 4th, 1-0 Washington. Bottom of the fourth in Washington. Kenny Albert, Harold Reynolds, Tom Verducci, J.P. Morosi. Game 5 of the NLDS. Cubs await the winner. Ryan Zimmerman takes strike one from Joe Blanton, who came on in the third. And retired Anthony Rendon with runners on first and third and 2 outs.
That swing right there is when you're looking for a pitch and you get it and you just can't stop. So he's sitting on slider, he got the slider and it's so far off the plate, and at home you're sitting there going, why is he swinging at that? Because that was what he was looking for, and it looked like it was going to be where he wanted it. Just didn't end up where he thought it would be.
Long run for Reddick, and it lands in the fourth row. Well, T-Mobile One lets MLB fans dig into the game with unlimited LTE data on their smartphones. Show us how you're a baseball fan. Use the hashtag #UnlimitedBaseball for a free MLB Shop gift code and the chance to win tickets to every 2017 World Series game.
Shoot, I'm a baseball fan. I might have to do that. Get tickets to the series?
Get right on it.
Man.
It's next year's series.
Oh.
0-2 to Zimmerman.
Oh, well, then. Gives me time to plan.
Who will it be in 2016? Blue Jays, Indians in the ALCS. Cubs against the Nationals or the Dodgers.
I know this. It'll be somebody who hasn't won a World Series in a very long time. Not in the lifetime of this man. Just 20 years old. None of the remaining teams have won in his lifetime.
The last, the Blue Jays back in '93.
Well, I like how Grandal is making sure Blanton does not miss with that slider. He's setting up so far off the plate. If you're going to miss and you get another swing from Zimmerman, it's going to be off the plate.
Zimmerman, the first ever Nationals draft pick back in 2005, made his debut that September. Turner fires across, one away. So with one out, Danny Espinosa, who drove in the game's only run to this point, back in the second inning.
Well, I think since I said he had all those strikeouts, remember that in a row? And I was like, bunt the ball or something. Since then, he's got a base hit and hasn't stopped.
8 strikeouts in the series, but a big hit in the 7th inning in game 4. And he drove in Murphy in the second inning tonight after Murphy stole second base.
And now he's hitting from his better side. Better hitter left-handed than right. You see right there the swing immediately. Serious thunder.
Well, you mentioned the bunt for Espinosa. He's the best bunter on the team. What he likes to do is get the ball right here. He'll check out the depth of Chase Utley at second base, but look where the first baseman, Adrian Gonzalez, is playing. He wants to take away that bunt where Espinosa takes the ball with him hard past the pitcher to the right side.
The 0-1 from Blanton. Fell back to the screen, 0-2.
Now they'll move with 2 strikes, but to that point on that defense, how they were aligned before, I always thought if I bunt the ball the way I want it to go past second base. If the first baseman fielded it, I'm still beating the pitcher to first.
Blanton missing inside, 1-2. Skipped out of the way. Has been hit 3 times in this series.
That's what I was going to say.
Got a target on him.
We have already set a Major League Baseball record in this series. 11 hit batsmen.
And there's been a lot of hit guys on pitches like that. Breaking balls, back foot breaking balls. They caught guys in the legs.
On the ground to the second baseman, Utley. Espinosa is retired. So 2 outs, bottom of the 4th here in Washington, and you have to go all the way back to 1924. The last time a Washington Major League Baseball team won a postseason series. Calvin Coolidge was the president. He threw out the first pitch prior to Game 1 of that World Series. He attended Games 6 and 7. Walter Johnson, the winning pitcher, out of the bullpen in Game 7.
Yeah, Coolidge attended 3 games. He was running for re-election. His wife actually was a bigger fan than he was. She kept score at every game. How about that book right there? That's a serious scorebook.
Jose Lobaton struck out his first time up.
Actually, that game, Kenny, was one of the great classic games in World Series history. That extra inning walk-off Game 7. You saw Muddy Rule scored the winning run. He reached base after he popped up. The catcher, Hank Dowdy, was camped underneath it. He tripped on his mask, gave him a new life. And the winning run scored on a ground ball that hit a pebble.
It still is the longest Game 7 in World Series history, 92 years ago.
And started a trend. When you see it pop up, that's why you see a catcher toss his mask.
There you go. Lobaton flies out a 1-2-3-4 for Blanton. Take all in D.C. tonight in Division Series since '95. The road team is 15-11 in a winner-take-all game in the LDS.
I think there was a game played here, Game 5 in 2012, that Nats fans are trying to put behind them.
Nationals had a 6-0 lead in that game after 3 innings against the St. Louis Cardinals. Josh Reddick leading off for the Dodgers, who did not have a base hit over the first 4 innings, 2 walks, and that has been it. You know, we mentioned 92 years since the last postseason win by a Washington team. Now you might say, well, There was no baseball in D.C. for 33 years, which is correct. However, this is the 59th season of baseball in Washington since that last series win by the Senators.
It's a big gap, no matter how the measure. Look, that was Scherzer's 70th pitch. And you go back to last half inning, it was, what, 30 pitches? Is that right, Ken? And then he had 13 to Turner. And what I was saying was Turner cost him almost an inning. You want to get through 15 pitches to get you through an inning.
Reddick with the Dodgers' first hit here in Game 5.
And that extra work, we'll see how he's able to bounce back through that and get going.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about pitch count. Extra day of rest, season on the line. I'm throwing away the clicker tonight with Max Scherzer.
I hear you.
We spoke with Dusty Baker prior to the game. He said, well, in a perfect world, Max would have been starting Game 1 for us in Chicago on Saturday, but in a near perfect world, he will start Game 5 for us tonight.
Yeah, and I think Max felt like he had a point to prove, and he's come out and done it. Here's where he throws that changeup and maybe gets a guy to roll over it. We got that double play on Tolles.
Peterson, who grounded to second, his first time up, takes strike 1.
I see a lot of hitters looking back at Jeff Kellogg because a lot of pitches have been right on the borderline. A lot of the 50-50 pitches he's getting because he's thrown a lot of them.
Well, and that's the beauty of pitching. If you're able to hit your spots, the umpire eventually has to call it. And if you can live in those spots, you're going to get more calls than not.
0-1 to Peterson, 0-2.
That pitch right there was designed to get him to roll over. He didn't chase it. This was making it difficult. He's staying on that plane and again on the black.
Reddick with a leadoff single. Peterson behind 0-2. Grandal waiting on deck. Oh-2 from Scherzer. Base hit into right field. Back-to-back singles for the Dodgers here in the 5th. First Reddick and then Peterson.
That's the one mistake that he made. He hung that in there. Nice job by Jock Peterson getting a base hit there. And we saw that double play to Tolles that he pulled to the first baseman. I think he's trying to get that same pitch. Watch this ball. Change up and it just stayed up a little bit longer. Watch Peterson's head. Stay down on that ball and finish the swing. Great.
And boy, how many times has this series found Yasmani Grandal? So many chances for the big hit with runners on base. So many disappointments.
0 for his last 11. Strike 1. Reddick, Peterson. Dodgers just 4 for 25 with runners in scoring position in this series. Two on, nobody out. Top of the 5th inning, Nationals lead by a run. The 1-1 to Grandal, and he fouls it off. Now 1-2. Tom, there's what you were talking about. He's come to bat with 12 men on base in the series, has not driven in a run.
And you see a lot of anxiety in his swing. The Dodgers pretty disciplined, except for Grandal. Really has expanded the strike zone. Curveball especially has given him trouble.
A 1-2 from Scherzer, and Grandal is down on strikes, slams his bat, one away.
It's the right call by Max. The curveball worked all series against Grandal. You have a hitter who's anxious. Curveball designed to prey upon anxiety. Watch him get out front here and chase it. Again out of the zone and down. It's a rough week.
Into that bat. This is a big at bat right here for me. Toles hit that double play ball to first base hard. After 5 straight balls, he swung at a changeup, but he swung the bat pretty good. Why not going to double this guy up unless he hits a bullet right at somebody?
First pitch to Toles. 0-1. Andre Ethier has come out into the on-deck circle with the pitcher Blanton due up next.
And now you're seeing Max get a little more animated. That tachometer, it's starting to redline right now. The bigger the situation, the harder he throws, the more emotional he gets in a good way.
Oh, 1 to Toles. 0-2.
Now you see him going to his mouth on the mound. Usually that is a ball or a balk, right? But because the temperature's down, the umpires have something they tell you before the game. It's okay. He can go to his mouth on the mound.
The 0-2 from Scherzer, and Toles with a bloop over the glove of Murphy into right field. The runner's held. Everybody's safe. Bases loaded.
Stayed on that ball the whole way. You know, it's a great play by Harper. This will be interesting to see if they go back and try to review that at second base.
I'm sure they'll take a look at it. Harper played it like a shortstop. Former high school shortstop catcher charges the ball, tried to get the force out at second. Fastball in, got him on the handle. Not much on this ball, so it takes a while to get to Bryce. Of course, Reddick has to hold up. Murph just barely missed the ball. Oh, that's close.
Reddick at third. Peterson at second. Toles on at first. Andre Ethier pinch hitting for Joe Blanton. The Dodgers are 0 for 7 with the bases loaded in this series. First pitch to Ethier, 0-1.
You got to like this move, though. You got to play your big bullet right now. You know he's going to have an opportunity to do some damage.
Remember, Ethier broke his leg in spring training. Made his regular season debut late in the season, only 23 at-bats, and now a visit from pitching coach Mike Maddox.
Yeah, boy, taking nothing for granted, huh? Not too often you see a pitching coach go out there. You just got to swing and miss on the curveball. Let's talk about what you want to throw to this guy here. As you said, Kenny, was home with the kids all summer, taking the hoops practice, football practice. Didn't think he'd be here at all in the postseason. Worked hard to get back.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Ethier 8 for 24 lifetime against Scherzer. One and one.
I see a different Scherzer in this game, though. He's pitching, as you see Perez up early. He's pitching to get ground balls and situation instead of blowing guys away. We usually see him try to get that strikeout. He's trying to get double plays tonight. A lot of contact on him deep in counts.
The 1-1 with the bases full. 1 and 2.
Well, I thought the biggest decisions in this game, difficulty for Dusty Baker, was when to go get your ace. It was easy for Dave Roberts with Rich Hill on short rest. We said short leash. You see Perez up in the bullpen, Utley on deck, but you may get Kendrick, Howie Kendrick, on Ollie Perez. You trust your ace, you try to go matchup. First things first.
The 1-2 to Andre Ethier. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Three singles to right field here in the 5th inning. First 3 hits of the game for the Dodgers. Clayton Kershaw, remember the Dodgers in the series 0 for 7 with the bases loaded. The 2-2 from Scherzer.
Again, another changeup for the strikeout. Let's take a look at how he got that done. Let's go pitch by pitch. He'll change up first pitch, swings and miss. One misses off the plate, so that's 2 changeups in a row. Comes back with a fastball, then a curveball. So he hasn't gone to that fastball again to put him away. He stays off speed.
The last 5 outs recorded by Scherzer have come via the strikeout as Chase Utley steps to the plate with the bases loaded and 2 outs.
The nights that he has really got it going is when he's reaching back and saying, here's my fastball, hit it. Tonight, we're seeing a guy that's really mixing up his pitches and having to work, but it's working so far.
Utley 3 for 15 against Scherzer, 0 for 2 tonight.
First pitch to Utley, up the middle. And Utley is retired. Dodgers load the bases in the 5th. Now 0 for 9 with the bases loaded in the NLDS. Championship Series. Blue Jays Indians on TBS. Saturday Game 2 of that series and Game 1 of the National League Championship Series right here on FS1 as the Cubs face the winner of tonight's game. And a reminder, stay tuned for the postgame following the conclusion of Game 5 in Washington. Here is 20-year-old left-hander Julio Urias pitching for the first time since September 29th. Facing Max Scherzer, leading off for the Nationals here in the bottom of the 5th. Urias becomes the youngest pitcher to work at a postseason game since Bert Blyleven back in 1970. And the youngest Dodger pitcher ever. The late Ken Brett, at 19 years of age, pitched for the Red Sox in the postseason back in '67. Blyleven, Don Gullett, and now Urias. Don Drysdale had been the youngest Dodger. That was back in the '56 World Series, the day before the Don Larson perfect game.
Well, listen, there's no question about this kid's stuff. Believe it or not, there's no question about his pulse rate. He's a cool customer, even just having turned 20 a couple of months ago. The issue for me is how sharp can he be pitching for the first time in 14 days.
The 2-2 to Scherzer. One away here in the bottom of the 5th. And for more on the 20-year-old Julio Urias, down to JP.
Well, Kenny, it was the summer of 2012 when Logan White and Mike Brito led a team of Dodgers international scouts on a scouting trip to Mexico. They saw an outfielder who had recently defected from Cuba, and they saw a starting pitcher who had not yet turned 16 years old. They signed both. The outfielder, Yasiel Puig, the pitcher, Julio Urias, and Mike Brito, Kenny, his name is familiar. He also signed another pitcher from Mexico by the name of Fernando Valenzuela.
That's right. Thanks, JP.
2 of 35 players that Mike Brito signed.
Wow.
A legend in the scouting business.
Turner 1 for 2.
Urias, for a 20-year-old, seemed positive, hesitation. This kid can pitch. It took him a little while to get his stride and figure out what he was doing at the big league level. He's going to be special when he gets a full season. You know, he started off, brought him to New York. They sent him back down. Next thing you know, he's in Chicago the next start. He had to go back down. So he never got that normal chance to settle into the big leagues. And so now he's starting to get a little bit more settled into the big league life and the pitching routines.
During the regular season, 15 starts, 3 appearances out of the pen. Right back to Urias. Turner retired, 2 away.
Yeah, and he landed funny on his foot. I don't know if he fell in the hole in the mound while fielding that ball, but right away you saw the ankle give.
Well, we saw Rich Hill stumble. Now you've had 2 guys that are a lot taller pitching, and he very well have jump back onto the rubber.
It's the right ankle. It's almost familiar to basketball players. Get that ankle turned.
There it is. It's his landing foot.
That first pitch went all the way to the backstop.
You can hear the crowd react to that. We asked Dave Roberts about the confidence level that he would have in Urias after not having pitched in 2 weeks. He said, my confidence level in him is great.
Well, it should. Stuff-wise, you've already seen mid-90s fastball. I think his secondary stuff is amazingly advanced for such a young pitcher. He's now facing Bryce Harper. He's seen him 4 times previously, struck him out 3 times.
Well, that's a bit of a surprise on that stat, but I think this is a good matchup for Harper right here. He's not going to get that slow curve and a lot of different looks that Rich Hill gave him. So I think he can continue to look hard and maybe get something to drive.
He's gone heavy with curveballs against Harper in their 4 previous at-bats. And that's the spot we've talked about from game 1, guys, that fastball away and up to Bryce Harper.
It's the youngest Dodger facing, believe it or not, the 4th youngest National.
Well, it took Bryce Harper how many years until he faced a pitcher younger than him? 3 or 4 years. That's going back to high school as well.
Harper falls behind 0-2. Bryce will turn 24 years of age this Sunday.
He's got 5 years in the big leagues. It reminds me of a guy I played with, Ken Griffey Jr. You know, he was always the youngest.
It's been a while since he visited up there.
The 0-2 from Arias.
Well, one of the reasons you're seeing Harper swing the way it is, you know, he was injured at the beginning of the year, the shoulder, and then you start to compensate. And before you know it, you lose your swing that you had a groove in. Now, yes, he had 20-some home runs, stole 20 bases, a 20-20 guy, but he didn't drive the ball like he's capable of doing it, and it's allowed holes in his swing. With that ball last year is driven in the seats. Not those seats. The seats in left field.
Turner winds up in those seats.
Yeah, that's a really, really tough play for Turner. Here's the fastball again. I don't know how many times you've seen it, guys, but a ton of times in this series, fastball up and away. And I get it here. 2 outs, bases empty. Bryce is looking to leave. I think his better swing is to take that pitch the other way. He's got 1 home run in his last 108 at bats.
The 1-2 to Harper. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Arias, the 3rd Dodgers pitcher. The starter, Rich Hill, lasted 2 2/3. Without a run on 3 hits. Joe Blanton retired all 4 batters he faced. And Tom, you were alluding to Bryce Harper, only 1 home run his last 31 games. The 2-2. And the count is full with Jason Worth waiting on deck.
One thing he's done, Kenny, he has not chased pitches. In fact, his discipline has actually been better this year, maybe too patient in terms of balls in the zone, but despite the lack of power, still a very tough out at the plate.
Payoff pitch from Arias, missing high, ball 4. 2-out base runner for the Nationals.
Well, Bryce Harper knows all about when you get on against Urias, be very, very careful. He's got great pickoff moves, multiple ones. Here's the snapper. Just snap back and throw it. But he's, see that, just step off the rubber. That's a quick arm action. And here's the drifter. It looks like he's going home. That front hip actually does work towards the plate. And then all of a sudden, he throws it to first base. That's a very difficult move for a runner because he sees the hip going to the plate, but the foot doesn't go to the plate. 6 pickoffs this year. Led the league. There you go, right there, despite limited time.
15 starts. So here's Worth, who was struck out twice today.
Snapper.
You know why that's so effective for a left-hander? I don't know why they don't show it more like that on the first throw over, because now it shortens your lead. You have to honor this as a base runner. I don't care how big of a lead you got. You're sitting there thinking, anticipating throwing over, anticipating throwing over.
Let's see if we get the drifter now.
Instead, it's the first pitch to Worth, 0-1.
Got me looking for the drifter.
Well, Bryce is looking to run. There's no doubt about it. 2 outs. Worth now behind on the count.
Talked about the 21 steals Harper had this year. There it is.
There's the drifter. It's such a tough read for runner at first.
That's a stall right there by Adrian Gonzalez, so they can
Watch
take a
his
look.
front hip here. Watch it go
That's
to
a
the
ball.
plate, but the foot stays behind the rubber. That's the key.
That's a ball. That ball.
Or rather, I should say it stays even with the rubber. It doesn't go behind the rubber, because then he would have to go home. It's right on the borderline.
Well, you saw Adrian Gonzalez catch the ball, walk in and stall because he wanted to give them a long enough time to see the replays and see if they picked him off. But the more I saw that move, he's awful close to a balk.
Then you saw the signal from Roberts. He said, play on, no challenge.
Yeah, if that front foot goes behind the rubber,
It's a balk.
he's got to go home, not the first. He's right on the borderline.
Out at first is Harper.
Whew. It's a tough read. I tell you, if they're going to let him do that, he may pick everybody off. I'm sorry, but that foot is crossing the plane. Once it crosses the plane, it's a balk.
Inning-ending kickoff in Washington. Corey Seager leading off for the Dodgers here in the top of the 6th inning in a one-run game. Max Scherzer, 50 pitches over the last 2 innings.
Yeah, they've really made him work. They just haven't been able to punch that ticket.
3 base hits for the Dodgers in the 5th. They could not score as Seager pops it into shallow left. Catch is made by the third baseman Rendon for out number 1.
I want to go back to this pickoff move, okay? I was saying it was a balk. Let me tell you why. Once that foot crosses the plane right there, you cannot go to first. That is a balk. So you have to go home. Great deceptive move. I'm going to show you from the backside so you can really see what I'm talking about. Watch this foot. You'll see the blue dangle right there. Freeze it right there. His foot has crossed the other leg. That is a balk. And so now, once he comes home, Harper is fooled. He's looking home for the pitch. He's not even running. Just point it out. It's a great move. You can get away with it. Not many guys have the balance and the ability to do that, to hang and do what he does. Andy Pettitte was one of the guys like that, but Andy Pettitte didn't cross that plane as much. Flanagan, guys like that. Jimmy Key, that was a bop.
Justin Turner at the plate. Remember his last at bat. 13 pitches for Max Scherzer. Statistician Marty Aronoff telling us that that was the most pitches Scherzer has ever thrown to one batter in his 9-year major league career.
I can believe it. He has such an assortment of pitches to get you out, or at least make you put a ball in play. That was a tremendous at bat.
Third pitch of this at bat from Scherzer. And by the way, Harold, getting back to your point, Urias during the regular season, Tom mentioned the league leading pickoff number. No balks were called on Urias.
This magic moment. The drifter. The drifter's got him.
Well, I think that'll probably change. What you have to do, we don't have a lot of guys that run in the major leagues anymore. If back when you were having a lot of guys run, instantly, first thing you do when you get on, you tell the first base umpire, you got to watch for this. You tell them before the game. But let's get back to this.
Two-two from Scherzer to Turner.
Max.
2 outs, top of the 6th inning. As we head to Los Angeles and Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin. Wonder what's on the menu tonight.
The dreaded green room. You got some weight in that green room.
Eating lobster.
Guys enjoying the game. Looking forward to the National League Championship Series on Fox.
Yeah, no doubt.
Adrian Gonzalez now has seen 5 consecutive changeups, and he still hasn't figured it out.
0 for 2, struck out in the 4th. Gets the bat on this one. And it will drop in front of Trey Turner for a 2-out single.
And that's why he kept hunting that fastball. You know, he may have swung through some changeups.
I'd keep throwing a changeup.
But he kept hunting that heater.
It's one of the few pitches Max has thrown that was center cut. Designed to be away. A little bit away, not enough. It's a good hitter. Changeup, changeup, changeup. 5 in a row and on time on the heater.
Here's Josh Reddick.
I think this is the dangerous guy right here. And Jock Peterson. They've swung the bat real well. This part of the lineup, I think, is the biggest threat to Max.
Reddick
tonight.
with the Dodgers' first base hit back in the 5th inning. Dodgers loaded the bases in the 5th, could not score. It's the 5th time in this series they have left the bases loaded. 5 times in 5 games.
Tough to win like that.
Sammy Solis, who has been terrific in this series, up in the Washington pen. Runner on first, Gonzalez, 2 outs. The 0-1 to Reddick. Lifts it into right. Harper under it. 6 shutout innings in this decisive Game 5 for Max Scherzer. Raise one to right now. And by AT&T, mobilizing your world. Mason Worth was at the plate in the bottom of the 5th inning when Bryce Harper was picked off to end the inning. So it's Worth leading off against 20-year-old Julio Urias, with the Nationals leading Game 5, 1-0. The only run coming back in the 2nd inning. Daniel Murphy led off the inning with a single, stole second, driven in by Danny Espinosa.
Well, think about how the Dodgers have covered this game with pitching. Rich Hill pitching an independent ball 15 months ago. And you've got Joe Blanton, who was released a couple of years ago. And Julio Urias was a teenager a couple of months ago.
I think we're, what, 3 bullpen pitchers away from setting a new record in the series?
There have been 38 pitching changes, closing in on that all-time record in a division series of 42. Now 2-2 on Worth.
You mentioned all the pitching changes, Kenny. Dave Roberts has now made 628 pitching changes. If you add it up, the way he's walked back and forth from the mound, that comes out to 23.7 miles. He's almost walked a marathon this year changing pitchers. Wow.
I was waiting for one of those Verducci nuggets. How do you figure that out?
That's an estimation, but it's worked. And it hadn't worked in the history of baseball, making so many pitching changes. That typically equates to a really bad team.
Although it has taken Dave nearly 7 months to run that near marathon or walk the near marathon. Full count with Daniel Murphy waiting on deck.
I'm amazed at watching this youngster pitch, how he's able to vary his delivery and his mechanics. So many guys now today, we bring them to the big leagues and basically you're throwing out of a stretch because they can't repeat their delivery. And this guy's pausing, hesitating, and still being able to locate pitches.
Payoff pitch to Worth. High ball 4. Leadoff man on for the Nationals in the 6th.
Well, I know one thing. Murph, we know, is a tough out, but don't try to get him out upstairs. Every time they've done that, that's the one pitch he's had for a hit below the belt. Everything else, whether curveball or fastball, Murph has been right on. So to attack Daniel Murphy, that's last game, and then the 2nd inning today. Rich Hill's going to try it one more time. That's another base hit. Guys, I've given up. I mean, the only time they really got him to look bad was in the twilight, the half shadow, half sun. Luis Avilan got a changeup by him. But upstairs, I wouldn't go there.
7 of 14 in the series. Worth takes his lead off first. Ball 1 to Daniel Murphy.
Well, the interesting thing about that, too, Tom, is that they've neutralized his power, though. We haven't seen any power. Now, I know Murphy's coming off an injury. He's not driving the ball, kind of just dinking it around the yard, showing his ability to handle a pitch anywhere.
You're right, Harold. All of his hits have been singles. All 7 of base hits in the series. Remember last year in the postseason, set a major league record, went deep in 6 consecutive games for the New York Mets.
I watched him in Los Angeles the other day trying to get loose, and the regiment he went through, he had 4 guys stretching him, pounding his back. Just, it was amazing to watch them try to get him ready for one game.
The 1-0. Murphy rips this one to right. Ooh, nearly over the glove of Reddick, who makes the play for out number 1.
Absolutely scorched. And Urias did go upstairs with the fastball.
That ball took off.
Murphy just absolutely hammered that. You're right, Harold. Reddick just barely had enough time to get the glove up.
Well, you always hear, put some backspin on it. And what that backspin does, it gives you carry. And that ball was torched, and he got the backspin of it, and it just started to take off on Reddick. That's a heck of a catch. Suve on that, man. Boy, that would have been a disastrous play. You're talking about second and third. If Worth doesn't score on that ball, and maybe Murphy ends up at third, that was with no outs. That would have been a treacherous play.
But instead,
great recovery.
Run around first, 1 out for Rendon. First pitch, pops it up. Gonzalez, 2 away.
Yep, and we're so used to the Dodgers and Dave Roberts matching up relief pitchers on hitters. Not the case with Urias, and you saw right there why. You trust him against right-handed hitters with a very good changeup. Tremendous arm speed on his changeup. You don't have to worry about protecting him against right-handers.
Dave Roberts telling us prior to the game, when asked about Urias, he said he can get us 3 outs tonight or he can get us 10 outs.
You may see Jason Worth run first pitch, for just first movement. As soon as he makes a movement, you take off. You get a lead and just take off as soon as he moves. Because I don't think he's going to throw to first with that nasty Bach move anymore. I think the umpire's a little bit alerted to it. Davey Lopes is yelling at him. So you take the gamble and just thinking that he's not going to throw over, and as soon as he moves, you take off.
Throws over.
A little cleaner that time.
Well, you saw he started Zimmerman with the changeup. It's a good pitch. I think his strength against right-handers with the fastball is up and away. And that's actually the strength of Ryan Zimmerman. Be very careful here with a fastball where he likes to go to, up and away. Going in.
The 0-1, high and tight.
So one thing I've noticed about Urias, not real comfortable glove side to right-handers. Much better command away to right-handers.
He's got a live arm. Wow.
Well, he sure does. He's got pristine mechanics.
Ball just explodes when it gets to that dirt area, the dirt circle, and it just kind of just takes off.
The 1-1, and Zimmerman rips one into the left field corner. Worth around third, heading home. Throw to the plate is in time. Worth tagged out to end the inning.
Tell you what, Toll's got the ball in, but I love how SEAGER took his time to deliver the throw.
At the plate to end the last half inning. We move to the 7th. Nationals lead 1-0 as Jock Peterson leads off. Max Scherzer pitching into the 7th. Peterson, deep left field. It is gone into the Dodger bullpen. We are tied at 1.
He's been having some good at-bats. I saw him hit the double in Los Angeles the other day, and he's had some great ABs. I thought Reddick and Peterson have had the best at-bats other than the Turner 13 at-bat, but they've had great swings. This was the danger spot.
And he said it at the top. The key for Max Scherzer, keep the ball in the ballpark. For 6 innings, successful. First pitch of the 7th. Failure.
So that will be all for Max Scherzer, with the Nationals and Dodgers tied at 1. Taken deep on the first pitch of the 7th inning by Jock Peterson. First 4 innings, a run over the first 6. First pitch in the 7th. Jock Peterson, his first career postseason home run to tie Game 5. And now the veteran left-hander Mark Zepchinski out of the Nationals pen for the 3rd time in this series, facing Grandal. Ball 1.
Well, you knew it was going to be a bullpen game, and for Max Scherzer to battle and get to where he did, you'd be happy to have it. Didn't go out the way you wanted to, but man, he had to work to get to this point in the game.
He pitched an absolutely fantastic game, and you give up home runs and right away you think of mistakes. That was more about the hitting of Jock Peterson than a mistake that Max Scherzer made. That was a well-located fastball that he stayed on and hit the other way.
Jock Peterson, 25 home runs during the regular season, including 7 during the month of September. He had 26 as a rookie last year. Peterson has tied this game for the Dodgers, who are in the postseason for the 4th consecutive year, eliminated in the division series the last 2 years as Grandal draws a walk.
Well, let's go back to the relay here on this play. They're trying to force this extra run. And right here, Toles gets to this ball a little bit quicker. You thought it might go in the corner. Look how much time they have. I love how SEAGER took his time. Now, how much of a gamble was it? Watch Chase Utley. He's saying, hold the ball right there. He saw Jason Worth, and then he stepped out. And SEAGER, by taking his time, looking around, just made a routine throw.
Yeah. And then right after that, you talk about a turnaround and out made it at the plate. And then the ball hit out of the park. What I didn't like about getting them runner thrown out at home, I'm all for being aggressive with 2 outs. The third base, Bobby Henley, likes to stay near the bag to send runners home. I much prefer having the third base coach get down the line, let the play develop, so you can defer your call to as late as possible. Because once Toles cuts that ball off and before it gets to the wall, that should be stop city. But he didn't allow himself time to see Toles cut the ball off.
Howie Kendrick announces the pinch hitter. Here comes Blake Trinan out of the Washington pen. On FS1.
Tomorrow, we debate this do-or-die Game 5 and make NFL picks.
I wonder if Skip will pick the Cowboys.
I hope you don't. Undisputed, 9:30 Eastern.
Here's Howie Kendrick pinch hitting for Andrew Toles. Blake Trinan, third Nationals pitcher here in the 7th inning. Trinan picked up the win in Game 2, suffered the loss in Game 4.
I like the bunt here because Dusty Baker brought in Trinan, severe ground ball pitcher. Howie Kendrick, severe ground ball hitter.
And that was
a double play.
Yeah, it looked like that might have been an attempt for a bunt for a hit, too. If you're going to bunt, if you're a guy that can bunt, you try the first one, maybe bunt for a hit. The one play that's not in play anymore in the game a lot is a hit and run. This is a great place to hit and run right here. I don't know if they would do it, but it's a great opportunity.
Kendrick 2 for 8. He's hit the ball hard throughout the series. Yasiel Puig has come out into the on-deck circle with the pitcher Urias due up next.
Well, if you do play hit and run, there's no way I'm letting Murph vacate second base because Howie Kendrick loves to shoot the ball the other way.
Grandal, the runner on first, no outs. Tie game, top of the 7th inning. Broken bat, base hit, left field. To second, Grandal. To the plate, Yasiel Puig.
I'd be tempted to bring Puig back and have the pitcher move him up. Waste that hitter.
Let's see, Puig started towards the plate. Now walking back towards the dugout.
Yeah, you're going to bring Charlie Culberson to the plate. You don't waste Yasiel Puig in this situation. I would think they're going to move the runners up.
And you get a pinch runner for Grandal with speed at second base. Force play in order. Tougher to double up Barnes, a little quicker.
Austin Barnes running for Grandal. Dodgers are carrying 3 catchers. And it's Charlie Culberson, the grandson of a Washington Senator. Grandfather Leon played for the Senators back in 1948. So Culberson batting for Urias. 2 on, nobody out in a tie game. 1 run in here in the 7th on a Peterson home run. First pitch to Culberson, squares to bunt, takes strike 1.
Now, normally you might see the first baseman crashing all the way in. If this was reversed and that was the Dodgers, Adrian Gonzalez would be standing probably right next to the pitcher. You'll see that with the Cubs a lot. But Zimmerman doesn't throw as well as a lot of other first basemen in the big leagues, so you can't play that crash play as much as maybe other teams would like to.
Still wants to get this bunt to Rendon, make the third baseman field the ball.
The 0-1 from Trinan. 0-2.
And that's where you got to be able to just go ahead and go to first base, because they're going to pound you away. So you say forget it. Yeah, you'd love to bunt a ball to third and make the third baseman field it. But if you deaden the ball to first, you know Zimmerman's not going to be too aggressive. You still get your men moved up. That's a tough pitch to bunt to third, and now you find yourself 0-2.
It's amazing. The sacrifice bunt almost on the endangered species list in baseball, but here, perhaps moving on to the next round, comes down to execution, and Culberson 0 for 2 so far.
Only 1 sacrifice bunt in the series by Clayton Kershaw. The 0-2. Bunted foul, strike 3.
I'm sorry. If that's the best bunter that you have, there's something lacking in the Dodger system. Got to be able to get that ball down. It wasn't close on 3 attempts.
And that's why I thought you might lead the pitcher in. Who bunts more than pitchers?
Listen, you're clearly picking your best chance to get a bunt down. And the bat lags behind. Yeah.
Well, and I thought they did a
stab action at it.
They did a great job of pitching right there too. 0-2, they threw him a slider. You know, not just a regular fastball to get down. It's tougher to bunt that breaking ball when you're anticipating the fastball coming.
Dusty Baker out of the Nationals dugout to make a double switch here in the top of the 7th inning in a tie game. Dodgers with runners on first and second, 1 out, and the top of the order. Here's Clint Robinson, and now the pitching change. 4th pitcher of the inning coming in for the Nats. LCS, Blue Jays and Indians on TBS. Game 2 of that series Saturday, and then right here on FS1, Game 1 of the National League Championship Series from Wrigley Saturday night. Will it be the Dodgers or the Nationals heading to Chicago? Well, changes on both sides. There's Clint Robinson, who replaces Ryan Zimmerman at first base for the Nationals. Sammy Solis, the 4th pitcher of the inning for the Nationals. He has appeared in every game in this series and has not allowed an earned run. And Carlos Ruiz pinch hitting for Chase Utley with 2 on, 1 out in a tie game, top of the 7th inning. Ruiz a pinch hit home run off Gio Gonzalez in Game 3.
And he has seen Solis once before, back on April 27th, and hit a home run.
Well, that tells you why he's hitting. I was a little surprised. I thought they might go to Puig, because I would think this is a guy that's going to probably double up a little bit more than Puig in this situation, but those numbers let him swing.
The 0-1 from Solis. Puig, the only position player remaining for the Dodgers.
And he's actually the emergency catcher as well. You know, he caught in Cuba till he was 18.
Barnes and Kendrick, the base runners. The 1-1 to the pinch hitter, Ruiz. Strike 2.
Look, I'll continue with that. Yasiel Puig, you know, he throws that from that catcher's motion and playing catch down to spring training. And they said, well, you may be our emergency catcher. He said, well, I caught till I was 18. So it's interesting. Why am I talking about that? Well, you have Ruiz pinch hitting. Barnes is pinch running. So Grandal's their only catcher. They carried 3 on the roster.
Grandal out of the game. Barnes pinch running for him.
Yep.
But really stay back here, protect against off speed.
The 1-2 from Solis. Missing away. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, they didn't disappoint. You know, so often you get a game like this and you end up with a blowout or something. This has been very exciting.
Both Dodger wins in the series have been by 1 run. Tied at 1 in the 7th.
Barnes started getting a little bit bigger lead than probably they were comfortable with. So you see the step off and the timeout and start over again.
And this is where you have to gauge the outfield arms. Trey Turner, probably the weakest arm in the outfield. Still throws like an infielder. The ball tails on him.
The 2-2 from Solis. Base hit off the glove of Rendon. Barnes around third, heading home. He will score, and the Dodgers take a 2-1 lead.
If he doesn't touch that ball, they don't run on Jason Worth right there. Game of inches. That's a big hit. I think he got a little cutter or something inside and able to hit it through. But the biggest part of this play is the dive by Anthony Rendon. It hits off his glove. If he's able to glove it, they got a double play. Not able to glove it and knock it down, it ends up costing a run. That's how close that was to being a double play. If he catches this the way Ruiz runs, that's going to be a double play ball because it was hit so sharp.
And think about the trade for Carlos Ruiz. A lot of people in the Dodgers loved A.J. Ellis as a teammate, a catcher for Clayton Kershaw. But the Dodgers said, if Grandal gets hurt, this guy is a better option as an everyday player. Plus, the right-handed bat off the bench. That's not something A.J. Ellis would do. That's specifically why the Dodgers carried 3 catchers to give this guy the opportunity to pinch hit against left-handers.
That was a big move. Now
Corey Seager. 2 on, still only 1 out.
Well, that's been the difference with the Dodgers. They haven't come up with a big hit. So many times bases loaded, so many times threatening with runners in scoring position and not able to come up with the big knock.
Kendrick and Ruiz. Seager at the plate. 0 for 3 tonight, 0 for his last 11 overall. Carlos Ruiz with the pinch hit home run in game 3. And now he drives in the go-ahead run in game 5. There's Clayton Kershaw leading the cheers in the Dodgers dugout. Ruiz, 11 seasons in Philadelphia with a huge hit here in the 7th inning of game 5 in Washington.
And you saw Charlie Culberson on the top step of the dugout too. Way to pick me up, teammate.
Yeah, you know, talking to Ruiz the other day about coming here to this environment, and just the team was just fit him in, brought him right in. He felt right at home. He just loved being in the atmosphere. I think Dave Roberts has done an amazing job of creating an atmosphere where you're playing so many different combinations of guys. Sometimes it can be strenuous to a clubhouse, and they've done a nice job keeping it together. And guys are flowing in there. They've had great relationships, and they've built a nice team. Chemistry through all that.
And how about the Philly connection? Utley with the go-ahead hit the other day. Ruiz pinch hitting for Utley.
And Blanton with the big half inning he was in.
And Jason Worth tagged out at the plate. 4 members of that 2008 Phillies World Championship squad. And now Seager, left center. Turner makes the catch for out number 2. You think back to how those last 2 innings ended for the Nationals. Harper picked off to end the 5th. Worth tagged out at the plate to end the 6th. The run that would have given Washington a 2-0 lead. There's Sean Kelly up in the Nationals pen, but the Dodgers have come back with 2 runs here in the 7th. Peterson a leadoff home run, and then Ruiz driving in the pinch runner Barnes.
You saw Dusty Baker right there, want his catcher to go out, stall a little bit. They got Sean Kelly up out there, seeing if he might get ready. Give him a couple other pitches to get loose. I don't think they want this matchup with Turner facing Solis here, so that's another little stall tactic and trying to give that pitcher in the pen a little more time to rest.
Solis has been pushed real hard in this series.
We'll stay with him. I still go back to the Justin Turner 13 pitch at bat. That's basically a full inning of work that he took away from Max Scherzer. That changed the game. It didn't happen at that moment, but it caught up to him the next time around.
That was back in the 4th inning. Scherzer would then allow 3 base hits in the 5th. Here comes Dusty Baker.
It's almost like milking the clock right there for Dusty to get Sean Kelly ready.
Kelly will become the 5th pitcher for the Nationals in this inning if he comes in from the pen.
Boy, they're really milking this.
Peterson hit the leadoff home run off Scherzer.
Yeah, you got to.
And now Dusty Baker calls for the right-hander.
Got to get the slider on Turner.
This will tie the Major League record. 42 pitching changes in this series. Ties the record for a division series. To the game with unlimited LTE data on their smartphones. Show us how you're a baseball fan by using hashtag #UnlimitedBaseball for a free MLB Shop gift code and the chance to win tickets to every 2017 World Series game. Sean Kelly, 5th pitcher of the inning for the Washington Nationals, who trail 2-1.
Well, his best pitch is a slider. Turner might see nothing but sliders. 0 for 3 against Kelly in his career, Justin Turner.
Runners on first and second with 2 outs. 7th batter of the inning for the Dodgers against 5 different Washington pitchers. Kendrick and Ruiz on the base paths.
And right here on the defensive side, you back up. If you knock a ball down, go ahead. If he wants to steal third, you let him go. And that's what they're doing right now. Back up and make sure you knock a ball down. That run is more important than him stealing the base right here with 2 outs. Like the Dodgers have milked the clock and sucked the air out of this place.
Center field off the bat of Justin Turner. Trey Turner back on the track. It is off the wall. Kendrick scores. Here comes Ruiz. Justin Turner in at third. He drives in a pair. The Dodgers now lead 4-1.
Wow, what a swing. Again, Justin Turner, one of the smartest hitters you're going to see. And Tommy said, hey, he's going to see a steady diet of sliders. You think he didn't know that. Stayed on that ball, and the key was he didn't pull off of it. To get that ball over Trey Turner's head, that was a missile.
Yeah, well, the key for Kelly was that's a miss. It's a slider designed to be down and away. Watch it get the middle of the plate. Hangs up there, didn't have bite on it. He's hoping that Trey Turner can bail him out against Justin Turner, but that's just too far.
Just couldn't get back there. That is a big blow. He's had 2 huge at-bats. Dave Roberts, one of the players down there.
4 runs in the inning for the Dodgers. Justin Turner has driven in a team-high 5 runs in this series.
And Kelly looks like he got compromised after that pitch. Right after the follow-through, Kelly, you could tell something was very wrong. Just the body language immediately gets your attention. The guy has already worked back from Tommy John surgery.
Tell you, lost in that injury was the block by Lobaton because they're in that shift.
Yeah.
That was a run saver. They're in the shift, so Justin Turner's able to come down the line a long ways. He almost, that ball ricochets any further away. He scores on that.
Well, think about how all this began after the Peterson home run. A walk with nobody on, nobody out to Yasmani Grandal, who's been as cold as winter in Wisconsin. And the torch was lit.
Kelly exits. Here comes Oliver Perez, the 6th Nationals pitcher here in the 7th. Washington on the first pitch of the inning. Dave Roberts celebrates. And then Justin Turner extends the Dodgers lead to 4-1 as he triples in a pair. Carlos Ruiz singled in the go-ahead run earlier in the half inning. And now it is Oliver Perez, the 6th pitcher of the inning for the Nationals, facing ADRIAN Gonzalez. And this pitching change due to the Kelly injury sets a new division series record, 43 pitching changes. It was the Nationals and Cardinals in 2012. They held the prior record with 42. St. Louis winning that series in 5 games.
Oh, he just missed that ball being fair. Watch how close this ball was to being fair. Seemed like an innocent fly ball, right? The Nationals have a battle on their hands to get some runs, because right now this is a Dodger advantage. Play the bullpen game. That's what they've been doing really since mid-June.
The Nationals bullpen had been outstanding in this series. Only 2 earned runs over the first 4 games. They've allowed 3 here in the 7th. And now Gonzalez with a ground ball to the right side. The inning finally comes to an end. Jock Peterson got things started when he took Max Scherzer deep. Justin Turner drove in 2. Nationals set a new baseball record in the postseason using 6 pitchers in 1 inning.
Yeah, it's been the postseason of pitching changes, and for Dave Roberts, he's got 9 outs to cover. And before this postseason started, we talked to Kenley Jansen about being ready for as many as 5 outs.
It is 7th inning stretch time here in Washington. God Bless America will be handled by the U.S. Navy Band Sea Chanters Chorus.
Please join us as we honor our great country with a performance of God Bless America. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Navy Band Sea Chanters Chorus.
A home run off Max Scherzer. Carlos Ruiz gave the Dodgers a 2-1 lead with a pinch hit single, and then Justin Turner with a 2-run triple. Dodgers lead 4-1. Grant Dayton making his 4th appearance of the series. The 28-year-old left-hander out of Auburn University. Danny Espinosa takes ball 1. 44 minutes after Jason Worth was tagged out at the plate to end the bottom of the 6th inning. The Dodgers would then score 4 runs in the top of the 7th.
Well, those 2 plays really turned it all the way around. The throw at the plate and the home run from Jock Peterson. Different game, different feel, different vibe from that point on.
Kendrick made to the game in left field. Culberson at second. Ruiz behind the plate. Dayton on the mound, and Yasiel Puig, the only remaining position player for the Dodgers. Tolles, Utley, Randall, Barnes, Ethier, all out of the game.
I've gone through an industrial-sized drum of ink in this series with all these changes. But this is Dodgers baseball. This is the way Dave Roberts has scripted it. Using the entire team, using the entire bullpen. Started the year managing conventionally with bullpens usage, trying to get a 7th inning guy, an 8th inning guy, a 9th inning guy. That lasted about a month. All the injuries to the starting pitchers forced him to be creative with the bullpen.
The 3-0 from Dayton to Espinosa. And Espinosa draws a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the 7th.
Well, Tom, you said with Grandal's walk that started last half inning. Here you go with Espinosa. Another guy had been pretty cold. I know he's got a couple hits, but you want him swinging the bat.
Absolutely, especially protecting 3, not just 1.
Now, I've watched Heisey. He's pinch hitting here. Starting to swing the bat a little bit better. He got a good swing in LA the other day. It was in the shadows. He popped it up to left field. But he's starting to swing the bat. You can see now he's even down on the knob a little bit better. Night game, a little different than the day game in the shadow.
The active leader in pitch hit home runs with 14. Chris Heisey batting for Lobaton. Heisey will celebrate his 32nd birthday tomorrow. Heisey 0 for 3 in the series. Espinosa the runner on first. Nobody out. Bottom of the 7th inning. Dodgers with a 4-1 lead. The 0-1 from Dayton. Heisey fouls it off to the right side. 0-2.
You saw Chooch Ruiz give that high target. Talked about the great 4-seam fastball spin of Grant Dayton. Not high velocity. Good enough, 93. But it's the ball spinning as quickly as it does. The ball doesn't sink as much as a hitter thinks. Typically they swing underneath it. That's what Heisey did right there. Time to go back up there.
Carlos Ruiz putting down the signs for Grant Dayton. The 0-2, and Heisey with a drive. Deep left field. Back on the track. Kendrick. It is gone. Chris Heisey, the active leader in pitch hit home runs during the regular season, pulls the Washington Nationals to within a run.
I'll tell you, hitters and players will tell you what they're doing. Watching Heisey the other day in Los Angeles, he missed a pitch he felt like he should have got. And he's starting to see the ball a little bit better. That's his 4th at bat in the series. You want a big blow right there. Dusty dialed up the right man. But he got a pitch out over, a mistake, and drilled it. Didn't miss it this time. You know, when you go from hitting in shadows for all your pinch hits earlier in the series to all of a sudden you come out and the lights are bright and the ball, you can see it. It's almost like walking out of the closet that was dark into light.
Smart hitter who knew it was coming. It's not high enough. That's the problem. And he knew it. You saw the target of Ruiz. That pitch is designed to be above the top of the zone. that's at the top of the zone. And Heisey had just fouled back a high fastball, knew it was coming, and got it.
And Robinson takes strike one. Chris Heisey, a former Dodger, played in 33 games for Los Angeles last season. First pinch hit home run in franchise history. Heisey also spent 5 seasons in Cincinnati. Played there for Dusty Baker. And now a huge blow here in the bottom of the 7th inning after the Dodgers scored 4 runs in the top half. And coming into this inning, the Dodger bullpen had not allowed a run in 3 1/3 tonight. Blanton and Urias. The crowd has come alive. 1-2 on Robinson.
Boy, you're not kidding. They were dead in here, and rightfully so. The Dodgers had taken the air out of the building. A little breath back inside here now.
The 1-2, and Robinson stays alive.
Here's the pitch up in the zone. Not high enough. Dusty Baker hit for his catcher, Jose Lobaton. He enjoyed it as much as anybody.
Go ball, go ball. It went. That's what Lobaton was saying in the Washington dugout. Now 2-2 on Robinson.
So how uniquely set these rosters are. Now we have both teams in emergency catcher mode. The Nationals carrying 2 catchers. Severino now will have to come in the game and catch. And the Dodgers have already pinched Rand Barnes, and Grandal's out of the game as well. So now Ruiz stayed in to catch.
The 2-2 from Dayton, and Robinson with a base hit into right field.
To me, what makes postseason baseball so exciting, during the season, essentially 3-game series. When you see 5 games in a row, the mystery of pitchers begins to wane. And the Nationals are on that invisible 4-seam fastball from Grant Dayton, who is done.
Heisey, 2-run pinch hit home run to pull the Nationals to within a run. There's Max Scherzer, Washington's starting pitcher, who left with the game tied at 1. Dodgers scored 4 in the top of the 7th. Nationals have come back with 2 in the bottom half.
and your eyes are not deceiving you. That is Kenley Jansen, and it's the 7th with no outs.
I said Dave Roberts was unconventional. Doesn't get more unconventional than this.
Trey Turner at the plate. Robinson, the runner at first. Kenley Jansen, a 5-out save in Game 1. Recorded the save in Game 4. Out of the Dodgers pen in the 7th.
This is interesting. I want to see how they play this, because Trey Turner is probably not going to double up. I would like to see if he's going to bunt. Try to bunt for a hit on the first one. If not, you get a strike, then go ahead and sacrifice. And I think he's got to be swinging here.
Turner swings and fouls it back.
Yeah, I like what Dave Roberts is doing. I said unconventional, but hey, season on the line, right? Kenley Jansen has pitched in 409 games in his big league career. He's never obtained more than 6 outs. You're not worried about 6 outs right now. You're worried about the next 3. To hold this game, this is a high leverage spot. Closer summoned.
The 1-1 from Jansen. Popped up to the right side. Reddick, the right fielder, coming on, makes the catch for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
That's a big catch right there. That ball falls. You may have a play with Robinson at second base, even if it falls, because he's got to hold so long. Watch the runner at first. He's got to stay right in that position. So even if it falls, it may get thrown out of second base, but you don't want Turner on the base path. Now, you might get away with Kenley right now, but what I don't like with a closer in this situation in the 7th inning is you can run him blind. Now, Robinson is not a guy that can run, but that's another thing that opens up in this situation.
And Bryce Harper now 3 for 9 with a home run off Kenley Jansen. Not many guys have numbers against the Dodger closer like that.
0 for 2 against Jansen in this series. Strike 1.
It's a good swing.
You know, a little anxious, ball out of the zone, but took a good hack.
You know, Dave Roberts said, it was interesting, he said, and my guys will go in at any time.
Right.
He meant it.
Yeah, but they got to buy into it. That's part of it. It's a little early for me.
And he also said, my guys are open to all roles out of the pen, whatever it takes. There's Heisey. 2-run pinch hit home run to pull Washington to within a run. Nationals led 1-0 through
move.
6.
They're going to pinch run. I steal a bag. You got to put some pressure on him. You can't sit there and just wind up and throw his toughest pitches at you. The one thing the closer has the luxury of coming in the 9th inning or late in the game is not worried about a base run. Nobody wants to give up the out. See, Joe Ross is going to run right here. They're looking for a gapper or something to score him. But if he could steal a base, I would send it.
Well, Joe Ross, the starting pitcher for the Nationals in Game 4, terrific athlete. Dusty Baker used him to pinch hit and pinch run at times during the regular season.
Now, as you're wondering how they're going to handle this on the defensive side, you still have Stephen Drew.
You have to go back to May of 2013, the last time Kenley Jansen pitched in the 7th inning.
Kenley Jansen is easy to run on because it takes him a long time to unfold that big body. One of the longest strides of any major league pitcher. The big man needs some time to unleash the fastball.
The 1-1 to Harper. Base hit, left center. Ross heading for third. Runners on the corners for the Nationals with 1 out.
And that's why you pinch run. Robinson may not be getting to third base on that. Also, it forces Jansen to think about something just a little bit more instead of having to think about reaching back and throwing strikes.
I've been waiting for this swing from Bryce Harper. Fastballs away and up, missing, fouling them back, trying to pull them. This time stays the front side, stays in, he stays on the baseball.
The other thing in play with Bryce Harper, Tom, that is a beautiful swing. But now, you run.
Oh, he's going to take a bag.
You take that bag, you put the heat on him and force him to have to bring that infield in.
Jason Worth to the plate. Exactly 1 hour after he was tagged out at home.
You're on that time thing, huh?
With the Nationals leading 1-0. It's now a 4-3 game. With Worth at the plate. Ross at third, Harper over at first. Jansen on the mound, the Dodgers closer. Ball 1 to Worth.
Base runners against Kenley Jansen. 44 attempts, 39 bags. Almost a 90% chance of getting the bag off Kenley Jansen.
Well, and the Dodgers showed you earlier how they're going to play the first and third situation when you had that before and they didn't throw down a second.
Worth 1 for 8. Lifetime against Jansen. He only hit a home run.
Now on the other side of it, you want to get him to get a pitch on the outside half and maybe roll over it and get you that double play ball.
You saw Heisey, a former Dodger, with the 2-run shot. Worth, another ex-Dodger, at the plate with runners on the corners. Ball 2.
With the cutter to the right-handed hitter, I don't think is quite as effective as it is on the left-hander, because now you're setting your sights, you're looking out over the plate, right? As a left-hander, it's tough to look for that ball, and next thing you know, it's on your fist. It's easier to go out and go get it than it is to fight it off inside.
Daniel Murphy looming in the on-deck circle.
Jason Worth is 1 out of 8 against Kenley Jansen. His 1 hit, a home run.
The 2-0 from Jansen. 2-1.
Got a ball back out over the plate right there. Just missed it. This is the action pitch right here. If you're a hitter, you want a 2-1 count. Base runner, you know they're not going to pitch out if you decide to run. This is an action count. Something happens on a 2-1 pitch.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bottom of the 7th inning. Dodgers scored 4 in the top half. Nationals with 2 here in the bottom of the 7th. Ross, the runner on third. Harper over at first for Dusty Baker's Washington Nationals. The 2-2 from Jansen. High and tight, full count.
Well, this is what I was going to be interested in, was a 3-2. If he got to 3-2, now all of a sudden the defense changes. You're not worried about not allowing that guy to get to second base. Now you're coming up with a strike him out, throw him out. So if Harper's going to run, he's got to make sure he gets a great jump. It also takes the double play out of order if he's swinging and he's running. On a grounder, that is.
Harper goes, payoff pitch. And Worth fouls it off down the left field line. Harper was already close to third base.
It was flying. Not often you can call a foul ball a great foul ball. That was one right there. Kenley Jansen on a 3-2 count just pulled out his slider. A guy who throws virtually all cutters, and watch Jason Worth. Off balance, yeah, but getting himself to another pitch.
You see Bryce with the peak. He's got to know if there's going to be a play on him or not.
Harper goes. Payoff pitch to Worth. Strike 3.
Now what's interesting, with Harper running right there, you just took the bat out of Murphy's hands. So you want that contact there, because if you give him 4 and you put Murphy on. So that's the other thing that happens. That's the cat and mouse in this game. I take the base right there. You hope Worth puts the ball in play, but he didn't. So now you're looking at Rendon probably going to have to be the guy that delivers for the Nationals, because I cannot see them pitching to Murphy.
No way. There's no way I'm letting Daniel Murphy beat me. With all due respect to Anthony Rendon. Murphy just been too hot. And here's a good move by Dave Roberts going out here, because there seemed to be a lot of confusion, not just among Jansen, but among the infielders.
Well, so often what I don't like in this situation is you go and you say, hey, let's pitch around him, don't make a mistake. Just take the thinking out of it and put him on or go after him. There's no pitch around and try not to make a mistake. That's when a mistake is made. But I can't see him not put him on.
No, he's got to put him on, but I love the move by Roberts to look Jansen in the eye. Basically say, let's go, big boy. You got this.
Murphy was intentionally walked back in the 3rd inning. And then Rendon fly to center to end the inning.
Well, when this series started, I thought it fell on Rendon and Zimmerman. Those are the guys that were going to have to come up big to swing the bats. And the games that they won, those 2 guys swung the bats quite well.
Rendon with a 2-run homer in the 3rd inning in game 3. 0 for 3 tonight.
And 0 for 5 against Kenley Jansen.
Tell you what, this is one high leverage situation. He's got to get through 2 more after this if you're trying to get him to take you home.
Rendon with the bases loaded, 2 outs. Ross at 3rd, Harper at 2nd, and Murphy over at 1st. Nationals 1 for 4 with the bases loaded in the series. Murphy with a big hit in game 4 to drive in a pair. Strike 1 to Rendon.
You know, the other part of this, Tom, is that Dave Roberts is betting on his offense, adding to this total, too. That's another reason you make that move, and you bet on your offense to give me a little more distance, give me some space.
Good swing right there. See how long Anthony Rendon keeps his head on the baseball, which you have to do with that late breaking cutter from Jansen. Watch the head of Rendon right here.
With the bases loaded, the 0-2 from Jansen.
You comes right after. He didn't waste a lot of pitches.
Yeah, he does. 2 strikes. He likes that cutter up. It wasn't up as much as he wanted.
Rendon strikes out to end the inning with the bases loaded. A 1 hour, 6 minute, 7th inning. Dodgers score 4. Nationals come back with 2 on the pinch hit home run. We head to the 8th in Washington as Dave Roberts reacts to the strikeout by Jansen. Nationals 4-3. Dodgers with 4 runs in the 7th inning. Heisey a 2-run pinch hit homer in the bottom half. Scherzer allowing 1 run in 6+. So we move to the 8th with Josh Reddick leading off against Oliver Perez. Pedro Severino now behind the plate for the Nationals. The 0-1 to Reddick. Now 1-1.
That game summary didn't do this game justice.
No.
That's like reading the cliff notes of War and Peace and saying you read the book. More changes here, as you can see, defensively for Washington.
Murphy moves to first to replace Robinson. Trey Turner from center field to second base, and Michael A. Taylor enters the game in center field, and Severino behind the plate, as we mentioned. What a wacky series. We've had a record set for pitchers used by one team in one inning. A record set for hit batsmen in one postseason series. A record number of pitching changes in a division series.
A lot of thinking going on. But that's where we're at. Matchups and a lot of overthinking, too.
The 1-2. And Reddick is retired. case you joined us late, Nationals had a 1-0 lead heading into the 7th. Jock Peterson took Max Scherzer deep on the first pitch in the top of the 7th inning. And then after the Dodgers took a 2-1 lead, it was Justin Turner driving in 2 with the first triple of this series on either side. And then in the bottom half, it was Chris Heisey with a 2-run pinch hit home run for Washington to pull the Nationals to within 1. 7th inning took an hour, 6 minutes. Harold, you knew that. 8 pitchers, 7 hits, 6 runs.
Tell you what, watching Heisey's home run, he tagged that ball, barely got out. That just tells you how strong Jock Peterson is. To hit an opposite field home run and stand there and watch it like he knew it was out. Now, he ran a little bit better than he did the other day in LA because he knew he got showed up the other day. The ball didn't get out. But he's got some kind of pop, this young man right here.
There's Max Scherzer, started an elimination game for the 4th time in his career. Justin Turner, who drove in a pair for the Dodgers in the 7th inning.
Oh, you got to go right after him here. 3-0 to a guy against left-handed pitchers, hits 125.
Jansen on deck, hitting in the number 7 spot in the order.
Well, you respect the power.
You just can't do that. You had 2 outs set up with Peterson against lefties and a closer coming to bat. Or maybe not. Kenley Jansen. Oh, he's going to talk to Dave Roberts. What do you want me to do?
Well, you know, Kenley used to be a catcher, and he actually played for Curacao back when the WBC caught. That's how long, and caught for that team. That's how long into his pro career he was a catcher. So I don't know how many times he was called on to bunt when he was a catcher, but fact of the matter, he's been to the plate.
This the second plate appearance of the series for the Dodgers closer.
With Peterson on at first and 1 out. We were in Dave Roberts' office prior to the game, and Kenley Jansen came in. He was excited to show his manager some video from that WBC back in 2009 when Jansen was still a catcher.
Catching and throwing somebody out from his knees like Benito Santiago.
The last time he used the bat of Carlos Frias, pitcher who's not on the roster. Looks like he's got a generic one this time without a number on the bottom. Maybe it's a souvenir bat from the concession stand.
Jansen lays down the bunt, and he will be tagged out by Perez as Peterson moves to second.
He actually bunted that in the perfect spot because Murphy's crashing. You know, you have to wait with the left-handed pitcher to make sure he's not coming over. And Alder Perez gave a little low, quick delivery. But watch, Murphy's coming straight down the line, and this ball splits the difference. So now you got nowhere to go if you're Murphy to go get that ball, and they end up having to get the force. He did a nice job moving them up. So often, if you just get the ball down, good things can happen for you. Some of the guys can't get a bunt down.
You ready for another pitching change? Why not? Let's get the other closer in the game.
We may end up seeing a starter in this game for the Nationals.
There's Mark Melanson, the closer, coming out of the Nationals pen. Stephen Drew.
We'll take Rendon out.
Yep, Stephen Drew heading onto the field. Yet another double switch. 4-3 Dodgers, top of the 8th. change that graphic to today.
Yes.
Game 1, ALCS, Blue Jays and Indians on TBS. Saturday, Game 2 of that series, and then on FS1, it's Game 1 of the National League Championship Series, 7:30. Cubs await the winner of the Nationals and the Dodgers. Mark Melancon, the Nationals closer, 7th pitcher of the night for Washington with 2 outs, top of the 8th inning. And a runner on second with Howie Kendrick at the plate and Stephen Drew in at third base as part of the double switch.
And you're going to put Kendrick on and go after Charlie Culberson. That's what they've decided, and to me that's the right move. You got to make that move.
Yeah, I'll go back to Dusty's bullpen usage the other day when he left the left-hander in because he didn't want Kendrick to take the pinch hit. And that's because Howie, even though the average might not be high in this series, has really been stinging the ball. This is respect for Kendrick. They'll go after Culberson.
Well, a lot of good things happen here too. You get forces at the bases.
And now Mike Maddox out for a visit with Mark Melancon. So with Culberson stepping to the plate, we take you back to September 25th. Walk-off home run off the bat of Culberson to send the Dodgers into the postseason. They clinch the National League West. Culberson's first home run in over 2 years in Vin Scully's final home game as the voice of the Dodgers.
Pretty cool stuff.
And then a couple of days later, Charlie Culberson asked one of the other Dodger broadcasters, Charlie Steiner, if he thought Vin would autograph the bat for him. So Culberson visited the broadcast booth and they chatted for about 10 minutes.
Now that was a Hollywood ending.
So here's Culberson, first and second, 2 outs. Dodgers lead by a run.
Well, Mark Melancon's a guy that's not going to give in. He's going to live on the edges, and you're going to have to earn a hit off him.
We mentioned earlier in the series, Culberson's grandfather, Leon, who played for the Washington Senators, also part of World Series lore. In the '46 World Series with the Red Sox, he fielded the hit that resulted in Enos Slaughter's mad dash home. Winning run of that World Series. Charlie Culberson's grandfather.
So you can sit here and get a history lesson.
70 years ago. The 1-1 from Melancon.
Oh.
And that will do it for the Dodgers. In the 8th, they strand 2. Kenley Jansen, the Dodgers closer, threw 21 pitches in the 7th inning. Getting set to face Stephen Drew, who is 0 for 4 in the series, leading off for the Nationals in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Well, I think it's so funny that we call this a high leverage situation now, but when we were kids, I mean, this was Goose Gossage or Sparky Lyle or Bruce
Raleigh
Sutter.
Fingers.
They threw 3 innings to close a game out. That's just the way it was. No big deal.
Kenley Jansen has never thrown more than 42 pitches in a major league game. And when he did that, that was a long time ago. That was 2011. Again, this is another case where you can forget the pitch counter, that clicker. Ride Kenley Jansen, the Dodgers will, as long as they can, regardless of pitch count.
Pitch number 24 from Jansen.
Stephen Drew can turn on any ball with anybody. And you get him in a situation. That was his pitch. Just got out in front of it a little bit.
A little bit?
Just a tad bit too much.
It's the kind of pitch where people go, ooh and ah. But I think pitcher, you don't worry about that. Get the cutter in enough. He's cheating on it. He can't keep that ball fair.
It's a long strike.
The 1-2 from Jansen. Another foul.
Slider you see. He'll mix that in, nobody on base, ahead in the count. When he's in trouble, it's all cutter city for Kenley Jansen.
He gets in trouble again. Who do they go to?
Kenley Jansen.
2-2 to Drew.
Good take right there. Tried to sneak one by him. Just missed.
Pitchcast powered by MLB Advanced Media.
Another good take by Drew. The walk right there. And here's another guy that can run again. Put a little more pressure on him. But it showed me something that the pitch before, the 2-2 pitch, was 95 miles an hour. He's got a little bit in his tank. Now, you see Davey Lopes right here talking to Stephen Drew. Davey Lopes is a genius on stealing bases. I played with him as a first base coach. He tells you everything to look for. What he was telling him right there with Kenley Jansen, he leans before he takes off. So what I mean by that is he comes set with his hands, and then he starts to lean home before he moves his body to lift his leg. And that you can get that read that gives you an extra step on him. And that's one of the reasons he has a little bit of problems. That's what Davey was talking to Drew right there.
Very good bunter, Danny Espinosa, but behind him, two very young players, Severino and Taylor.
That's why the stolen base comes into play. Again, he was trying to bunt towards second base on that. I never liked that when the infield was already playing in. You got, and what I mean by that is a second baseman who you're shooting at, but he's already at double play depth. So now you're basically bunting into an out.
And Adrian Gonzalez was cutting across the infield, expecting that bunt.
You see what the defense is set up. The second baseman is in. That's your target on a ball you're trying to pull that way. And with the cutter, I get it. You want to go to that side, but not in this situation.
But you saw Gonzalez cutting across the infield more on a diagonal to take away the bunt and toward the second baseman.
And Gonzalez
leaving the
lefty.
first base line open. He's been charging in here to the middle of the field.
The 0-1 to Espinosa, bunted, and the catch is made for the first out of the inning by Adrian Gonzalez.
Well, I said last time, you put the ball on the ground, good things happen for you, right? Again, I think he was trying to pull that ball towards second base. And
yeah, I think he squared around more, giving himself up on this one. And he does try to take it with him. A bunt, my kingdom for a bunt.
Well, we play this game in the season, during the regular season, and a lot of people kill the bunt, don't bunt, don't bunt. But when you get to the postseason and you haven't done it during the regular season, this is why we see so many bad plays in the high leverage time of the season. In the postseason, you can't advance runners. Now, I think this conversation is now he's probably going to run. You have to show him a situation to hold him because they didn't advance the runner with the bunt. Now the stolen base comes into play even more so.
I'm not going to worry too much about the stolen base if I'm Kenley Jansen. I may throw over. He doesn't really have much of a move at all. But don't try to quicken up to the plate. Get your concentration on getting Severino and Taylor.
Severino in the series, 1 for 9. Drew takes his lead off first. Strike 1 to Severino.
I've been impressed with this kid, Severino. Swing the bat, impressive. Very athletic, moves around, he's got a nice arm, and it seems like the moment hasn't got to him.
Nationals without their starting catcher, Wilson Ramos. Jose Lobaton, huge home run in game 2. Heisey pinch hitting for Lobaton with the 2-run pinch hit homer in the 7th inning tonight. Nothing in 1 on Severino. 1 out, bottom of the 8th inning. Arias went 2 innings for the Dodgers.
Tried to quicken it up, a little slide step on him right there.
Jansen up to 32 pitches. Entered in the 7th inning.
Just warming up, right?
The 0-2, Severino gets the bat on it. And he flies out to Peterson in center field for out number 2.
Well, all these moves in this game, and why my scorebook looks like a Jackson Pollock painting, is because of National League Baseball. You get the DH, you don't need to make all these moves. You don't wind up with Michael Taylor taking an AB here with your season on the line.
No, but that's why this is, I like the National League game just from that perspective. There's a lot more going on. It becomes more of a team game in a sense. You know, you go back to the Blue Jays, the last time they won a championship, that team in '93, and repeating, they basically said, here's our lineup, beat us. And it was 9 or 10 players, and that was it.
And I'm telling you, I got to run here with Drew at first base. I can't play for 3 hits or 2 more hits off Kenley Jansen.
Well, I think he just hasn't Got himself a jump.
A bag and a bloop with the outfield playing very deep.
What happened with the last hitter is Kenley Jansen neutralized that by getting ahead early and making them think they might pitch out. Now you go.
Second at bat of the series for Taylor, strike one.
But getting that 0-1, now it puts you in a little defensive mode as a base runner because they can pitch out and throw you out. Takes away that aggressiveness, and that's what Kenley Jansen's been able to do. You got the bunt out with the pop-up, and then he got ahead of the last hitter, and he's ahead of this one here.
Taylor batting in the number 9 spot in the Nationals order, so if he is retired, Nationals would have the top of the order in the bottom of the 9th. Turner, Harper, Worth. Strike two.
Michael A. Taylor has a lot of swing and miss in this game. Longer swing, that's not going to play against most pitchers, but especially Kenley Jansen. Really have to shorten up here. Remember, Jansen loves to go upstairs, top deck with the cutter with 2 strikes.
To me, you got to run here because I'd like to have Taylor start the inning off next half inning if that's the case. Who can happen to get thrown out? Steal the bag. If he gets thrown out, you got Taylor leading off. And if not, if you're safe, you got Taylor with a chance to hit.
Or would you rather have Turner, Harper, Worth?
I would have Turner leading off.
I'd rather take my chances.
No 2 to Taylor. Got a piece of it.
Why would you give away an out? I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen if you get moving.
Got a piece of Carlos Ruiz as well. Ouch.
Remember now, he's the only catcher
Right.
left without Yasiel Puig as your emergency catcher. It's an important foul ball.
The other 2 Dodger catchers out of the game. They have a former catcher out on the mound.
That's true. And he would probably say, I can catch.
The 0-2 to Taylor. He's down on strikes. We head to the 9th in Washington. Game 5 of the National League Division Series. Dodgers lead by a run. National League Division Series winner will face the Cubs on Saturday in Game 1 of the NLCS. Carlos Ruiz leading off against Mark Melancon. Ruiz takes a called strike. 3 at-bats in the series for Ruiz. He's driven in 3 runs. Gave the Dodgers a 2-1 lead with a pinch hit single in the top of the 7th inning.
Well,
Moments ago, what happened, Tom?
Well, we're in the city of monuments. Something monumental happened. Yeah, Clayton Kershaw just threw 110 pitches 2 days ago. He's in the bullpen now, guys, and he's got his spikes on.
He ain't throwing. You serious? No way. That's your $200 million horse, and he's getting ready.
Just remember this.
Wow.
Bryce Harper due up second. Harper is 4 for 11 against Kenley Jansen. He is 2 for 20 against Clayton Kershaw.
Ruiz down on strikes.
That'd be pretty impressive.
Well, he's not throwing for show.
No, if he's throwing, he's coming in. He's not out there just warming up. That's amazing, considering what he did the other day.
Jansen already has thrown more pitches than he ever has as a closer.
Bring it home, Clayton. Wow.
Corey Seager 0 for 4 tonight. Clayton Kershaw with 1 save in his professional career. 2006 with the Gulf Coast League Dodgers. His first year in the minor leagues.
It's all right. I love this guy. Just his whole attitude. This is a big play right here.
And the catch is made by Stephen Drew in foul territory for out number 2.
Do or die, win or go home. Randy Johnson in 2001. Guy named Madison Bumgarner in 2014. The ace warming up in the bullpen with the season on the line.
Started game 1. Started game 4 on short rest. Here's Justin Turner, drove in the 3rd and 4th Dodger runs. Back in the 7th inning with a 2-out triple, giving Los Angeles a 4-1 lead. Nationals with Turner, Harper, and Worth due up in the bottom of the 9th.
This is a big half inning. If you can keep the game at 1, it changes the whole inning. You know, the Dodgers trying to tack on, and this is why it's so important. Melancon got 2 quick outs. If he can hold us at 1, we got an interesting bottom half coming our way.
The 0-1 to Turner. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Clayton Kershaw warming up in the Dodgers pen. the Dodgers to start the 9th. He has already faced 9 batters tonight, entered in the 7th inning. Dodgers looking to close out the Nationals and win their first postseason series since 2013. 37 pitches already tonight. As Tom mentioned, his career high is 42 back in 2011. Full post-game coverage coming up from our studio in Los Angeles with Kevin Burkhardt, Alex Rodriguez, Pete Rose, Frank Thomas, and Dontrell Willis. Kershaw in the Dodger pen. Harper on deck. Trey Turner at the plate. 1 for 4. Retired by Jansen. First batter he faced back in the 7th inning. Turner fly to right.
Well, I think it's interesting, Tom, that Kershaw's out there. You get him up, he's got to come in.
Well, he has to come in, especially if Turner gets on base, because that's 2 stolen bases waiting to happen with Jansen. But more importantly, the matchup against Harper.
All out. Went a long ways to get close to that ball. Yeah, Harper may as well just not even worry about thinking about hitting Jansen. That's who you're getting.
The 1-1 to Trey Turner. 1-2.
Always want the leadoff hitter, of course, but Trey Turner represents a very different dynamic with his speed.
A 1-2 from Jansen. Turner strikes out. The throw from Ruiz, 1 away.
You could almost hear the gears turning in the mind of Dave Roberts right there. If Turner had reached, I'm sure Kershaw would have been in the game.
Harper a single off Jansen to the 7th.
And you still got the matchup with Murphy if it gets to that point.
4 for 10 lifetime against Kenley Jansen.
I was almost convinced. I was convinced they were going to bring Kershaw in to face Harper.
One out, bottom of the 9th inning.
If Bryce Harper's going to beat Kenley Jansen, he's going to have to beat him on that fastball away, I would think. I wouldn't flirt with the cutter inside.
Well, you should take the same approach. Cutters away, take it away. With Bryce's speed, the difficulty of Jansen being slow to the plate, that's almost as good as a double.
Well, he's going to take one swing to try to tie this thing up with a 1-0 count.
A 1-0 from Jansen. Ball 2. The 2-0. Ball 3.
Green light?
Absolutely.
Yes. You got to trust that he can handle his zone and know what he's looking for and get one and try to tie it.
The 3-0 from Jansen. Missing high, ball 4. A 1-out walk.
Saw the sign from Dave Roberts. One more.
No, they don't want Harper to run.
Might as well deliver the message in person. Kenley Jansen sailing in choppy waters, uncharted waters he's never been in. You see the pitch count at 45. Never been there in his major league career.
Well, this is a tough conversation because you got to hold Bryce Harper in this situation here.
And Kershaw is the only one throwing in the bullpen. And Jason Worth has very good numbers against Kershaw. 13 out of 40 with 2 home runs at the .325 batting average.
Well, it didn't get much better when Murphy faced him either, because Murphy hit 2 home runs off him last year as a Met in the postseason.
Bryce Harper on at first. 1 out. Bottom of the 9th inning. Jason Worth has not put the ball in play tonight. 3 strikeouts, a walk. Thrown out at the plate, with the Nationals leading 1-0 in the 6th inning.
Kenley's on fumes right now. You can tell. Not much on the velocity. And the first thing that goes is location when a pitcher gets tired.
Jason Worth with the most prominent home run in Nationals postseason history. A walk-off in Game 4 against the Cardinals back in the 2012 National League Division Series. At the plate with Washington trailing by a run.
Reaching back for a little extra.
Harper bluffed the 1-1, missing low and away, ball 2.
Yeah, I think he was going to go. Kenley went a little faster. Normally he'll rock and take that long windup, and he was a little bit quicker that time, and Harper with a good stop. You want to make sure he gives you the long windup where you know you're going to be walking into second, basically. No need to force it. You still got 2 power bats at the plate for you coming up with Worth and then Murphy.
See the no doubles defense playing extremely deep. With the Harper at bat, now this Worth at bat, Kenley Jansen has really started to show the strain. Wobbling, almost like a vehicle with 1 flat tire, just trying to get there.
Harper goes. The 2-1 fouled off to the right side. 2-2.
He had that bag too. That was the one. He rocked back a little longer, knowing he's got to throw a strike. Got a great jump.
That's Kenley Jansen, man. I mean, 90% success rate. Got to take the bag.
You can't fault the hitter there. You already got 1 strike.
Got to be careful here if you run with 2 strikes. A line drive and your season's over.
Bad run, you're thrown out.
The 2-2 missing away.
Pitch by pitch, you can see the attrition on Kenley Jansen. The faces of October. Strain written in capital letters.
It's a big play right here, 3-2. Again, that whole strike him out, throw him out scenario. Also maybe taking the bat out of Murphy's hands.
Harper goes, payoff pitch from Jansen, lowered away, ball 4. 2 consecutive walks. Nationals have first and second with 1 out. And here comes Dave Roberts. He calls to the bullpen for Clayton Kershaw.
Well, I had him written down in my notes, and I didn't think it was going to be coming into play.
We'll keep it right here as Kershaw heads in from the Dodger pen. Kenley Jansen retired 7 Nationals. Back-to-back walks to Harper and Worth as Kershaw heads to the mound from the Dodger pen.
Now, how different is a Game 5 or a Game 7 scenario? You see Jansen in the 7th, and now you got Clayton Kershaw coming in. That's how things get in these type of games. We've set records for bullpen use. It's been a combination of things happening. This has been a wild series.
Well, the season started way back in the heat of Florida and Arizona in February. 167 games later, we get Daniel Murphy, an MVP candidate, against Clayton Kershaw, 3-time Cy Young Award winner.
Jansen exits. For Kershaw, regular season plus postseason, this will be his 6th career relief appearance. The last back in the 2009 NLCS against the Phillies. Clayton Kershaw started game 1 for the Dodgers. Went 5 innings, 6 2/3 on short rest in game 4. Dodgers winning both of his starts by 1 run.
Well, this is a gutsy move just because he pitched in game 4.
Well, I'm sure it's a gutsy move that Clayton Kershaw wanted. I'm available. You saw him try to gut through the 7th inning of his last start, running that pitch count up, as you said, Kenny, on short rest to 110. Watched the first 8 innings of this game in the dugout, and then took that walk to the bullpen with a purpose.
2 on, 1 out. Daniel Murphy will step in to face Clayton Kershaw. And it was Murphy, the last left-handed batter to go deep against Kershaw. That was his 2nd home run against Kershaw in last year's National League Division Series. This is game 1 at Dodger Stadium. And then Daniel Murphy did it again at Citi Field in game 4.
Overall, a .333 hitter against Kershaw. 8 for 24.
You know, it was interesting watching Kershaw today. He was behind the cage watching guys hit. Then he went out to shortstop. And he almost looked like he knew he was going to have an opportunity to get in this game. The last pitch he threw in warm-ups, he dropped down to the side. Maybe something Murphy has not seen from him yet. A new pitch he developed this summer. Used to use it in high school.
Kershaw, the 6th Dodger pitcher of the night. 2 on, 1 out. Dodgers lead by a run, bottom of the 9th. And with the pitcher spot due up next, Wilmer Defoe has come out into the on-deck circle. There's Kenley Jansen, who worked 2 1/3. Came out of the 7th inning. Back-to-back walks issued by Kenley Jansen, and now Ruiz out for a visit with Kershaw.
Tying run at second base. No longer the deep, no doubles prevent defense. Danger is a ball in the gap over the head could end the game in the wrong direction for Los Angeles.
This combination of Ruiz and Kershaw, I'm sure they haven't played together a whole lot. He hasn't been with the Dodgers that long. They're getting those signs right.
The 1-0 to Murphy, and he pops it up to the right side. Culberson, 2 out.
Infield fly rule once he got under it. That was the guy that you wanted.
The Nationals' best hope popped him up. Dusty's reaction. And now his last hope is his last man on the bench.
Wilmer Defoe will pinch hit for Mark Melancon after Kershaw retired Murphy.
How about this young man? What's going through his head? Wow.
24 years of age, switch hitter from the Dominican Republic. His second at bat in this series. Nationals down to their final out. Defoe has never faced Clayton Kershaw. Nationals just 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position tonight. 2 on, 2 out. Dodgers with 4 runs at the top of the 7th inning.
I think we saw a gamble earlier. If they get a base hit, he's definitely sending Harper all the way.
A 1-0 from Kershaw. 1-1. Clayton Kershaw does not have a save regular season or postseason in his major league career. The 1-1. Nationals down to their final strike.
And that's 3 of the same pitch. He missed on the first one and came back with 2 more nasty cutters in on his hands.
Another visit from Carlos Ruiz.
Now with 2 strikes, 2 outs. Really no shot at getting Bryce Harper. He'll be off anticipating on the swing. And the outfielder's backed up knowing that.
Runners go.
Wow. That's a good play because Bryce knows 2 strikes, 2 outs. The infielders don't want to vacate their position. The last thing you want to do is get caught covering a bag and let a ground ball go through.
The Los Angeles Dodgers are headed to Chicago.
What a performance. Clayton Kershaw, 2 wins and a save. What a series. The gutsy move to get Kenley Jansen in the 7th and not knowing where they were going to get it. This was a team effort. I mean, on both sides, everybody played.
It's a team effort for sure. It's taken a village all year for the Dodgers to get here to win this game. But next week, next year, 20 years from now, this will be remembered as the Clayton Kershaw game. Yeah, Kenley Jansen got the ball to his buddy in the 9th inning, and the heart of a champion, Clayton Kershaw. 1 day of rest after throwing 110 pitches, comes out of the bullpen to close the game. Amazing.
The Dodgers with 3 one-run victories in the series. Kershaw started the first 2 and saved the 3rd. The longest 9-inning postseason game in Major League Baseball history. 4 hours, 32 minutes. And the Dodgers advance to face the Chicago Cubs in the National League Championship Series. The Dodgers had been eliminated in the LDS in each of the last 2 seasons. They fell behind 2-1 in this series. Kershaw with his first career save. The Dodgers move on.
Joy and relief. And relief provided by Clayton Kershaw. Remember, this is a guy who's out for 10 weeks. Clayton Kershaw with a back injury. He thought he'd be out for the season. He just saved the season.
And how about the moves Dave Roberts made in this situation? I thought this game was managed so many moves. It was great.
He made 25 pitching changes in the series, so many key double switches. Here's Max Scherzer, who started the game for the Nationals tonight, did not allow a run over the first 6 innings. And how about Dusty Baker? He's now been on the losing end of 9 straight potential series clinching games.
Well, they got their guy to the plate, too. They had Murphy in a situation you wanted him in, and it's just a matter of guys coming through or not.
The Dodgers celebrate here in Washington. A 4-3 victory in Game 5 of the National League Division Series. Jansen has never thrown as many pitches in a Major League game as he did tonight. He and Clayton Kershaw, who picked up his first career save, are with JP Morosi. JP.
Thank you, Kenny. Clayton, Kenley, congratulations. We'll start with you. So was this your idea?
You know, when Kenley's sticking his neck out there going out in the 7th, you know, I want to have his back, so I feel like I wanted to, you know, get out there at least for a little bit just to give us an option. And, you know, Kenley did more than he's ever done in his career, and I just wanted to have his back.
You described yourself after Game 4 as exhausted physically and mentally. How did you do this?
I'm exhausted. We're all exhausted after every game. Even if you're sitting on the bench, it's just, I mean, these games are such grinds that it's just, it's such a relieving feeling when they're over and you win. And it's a little bit of adrenaline rush right there. So I'm still a little bit amped up right now, but I'm sure I'll sleep good tonight.
Okay, stay here a moment. I want to talk to Kenley. Kenley, most pitches you have ever thrown in a Major League game. How did you do it?
Man, I just try to get everything I got. You know, we've been here and we've been talking about this, you know, tried to play for one thing, and we know it's not going to be easy. And, you know, when that happened in the 7th, I won that ball. You know, I'm not thinking about the 9th right there. I want to come out there and shut down, get some shutdown inning. And I did that. And, man, that's awesome by Kersh. Just step up, have my back, man. That means a lot, man. It means a lot for this team. You know, now we just got to dig deep now, rest for tomorrow, and you know, we got to keep fighting. We got to keep fighting.
Clayton, I wanted to ask you this too. You've battled for this team for so many years. A lot of fans in LA watching right now. What's your message to them about what you've done for this franchise?
It doesn't matter. We got 8 more to go.
All right, Kelly, last one. When you look at what Clayton Kershaw did and what you have done, how much does that speak to the unselfishness that you have had on this team all season long?
All we think is about win. Me and Kersh and the whole team, the whole 25-man roster, all we think is about win. You know, we're not worried about, you know, where we should pitch or this and that. We just, in games like this, man, we just want to win and continue to be in the playoffs and try to go for one goal.
How surprised were you, Kelly, when you saw this guy was going to pitch in relief? What did you think about that?
Well, it kind of mentally, in a minute, I got shaky. I'm like, all right, so I don't know what to do. I'm like, am I still in it, or Kersh got it? You know, I just have trust in Kersh, you know, and when they told me you're still gonna go out, you know, I'm just gonna go get everything I have, and I know that Kersh gonna have my back.
Hey, all right, Kenley's the best closer of the game. We got some champagne to pop, so we're out of here.
All right, JT, you come out here. All right, Justin Turner, I'll be quick. Number one, what do you have to say about those two gentlemen that just walked away?
Unbelievable. You know, Kenley goes out there. I don't know how many pitches he threw, 50 probably. I don't think he's ever thrown that many in his career, but just emptied the tank, give us 2+, and, you know, get the ball into Kershaw's hand. And, you know, when we saw him walking out of that gate, we all had a good feeling. You know, he's the guy we want with the ball. Obviously, for him to get that final out there was awesome.
Justin, go pop that champagne. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, JP. The Dodger heroes, Kenley Jansen, Clayton Kershaw, and Justin Turner. Dodgers heading to the National League Championship Series. They defeat the Nationals, who suffer a disappointing ending following a 95-win season. For Harold Reynolds, Tom Verducci, JP Morosi, this is Kenny Albert to Kevin Burkhardt in Los Angeles.